Hello and blessings to you all. My name is Michelle Bakes, and this is my sign name. I want to thank Scott Keller for inviting the three of us to be here for this brief introduction about collaboration and unity for the DEAFestival in San Diego. We want to celebrate our deaf culture, our language of American Sign Language, and the deaf ASL community at large through a virtual platform, uniting the world as a whole. We're here for a valuable reason. We want to celebrate and share our gifts, our talents with all of you. We want you to be able to sit back, receive, and enjoy. Unfortunately, nationwide, we are experiencing some tragedies. But this is a time for uplifting, for support, and to show our gratitude for the universe during this challenging time. Isn't that right, Fatima? Yes. Thank you so much, Michelle. Even though we are enduring some challenging, dark times right now, we know that eventually the storm shall pass. A new day will dawn, and the light will shine. We keep our eyes on that light. That light is the gift of hope. My name is Fatima Abdul Rahim, and this is my sign name. You know, the deaf community always calls our name, and we respond through our use of signing, stories, and language. And above all, our love for our language. This is not just about one sect or group, but this is for the entire world, for us to be gathered together in unity and equality. We can come together through this virtual platform online for one special day and one special event, to network, to collaborate, to meet and play. Don't you agree, Francisca? Yes, Fatima, I definitely agree. My name is Francisca Rangel, and this is my sign name. We are here today to show our unity, to share our deaf culture, ASL as well. Like Fatima just mentioned, we love ASL. We accept who everyone is individually. Everyone is a beautiful deaf person, even with their diversity. They all have skills and ability, and we value the deaf community and this opportunity to be part of this San Diego DEAFestival. Thank you so much for having us.
I just graduated from high school, and I knew that I wanted to get a job. So now I'm working at Starbucks. I'm taking care of my brother and my family. The next step is I knew I wanted a change in my life. I didn't know what that meant for my family, but we had to make a decision. And I graduated a year ago, and I knew I wanted to be a PE teacher or international studies student or something. I wasn't quite sure. But after I graduated, I knew I wanted to come back to San Diego because I just love it here. My family is here, my friends are here, and I miss them, and I was raised here. So he was born in the Philippines 20 years ago. We moved here. I was 10, he was 9. We moved here with my mother. And we moved here because we wanted a better education. So we've always really valued our American and Filipino cultures. And San Diego, how could you resist? Isn't it beautiful here? So we have a lot of things we wanted to go see to the Philippines this year, but unfortunately due to the coronavirus pandemic, we'd had to put it off. We hope you guys enjoy San Diego DEAFestival. I was born and raised here in San Diego, and I love it so much. But since the pandemic has hit, I felt really bored and really sad, really strange. Then I found out that San Diego DeafFestival was online this year. And I got so excited. I want to see the whole community come together. I'm really excited to see all of the performances. The skateboarding, the musical performances, and the storytelling. I hope the whole deaf community is such a diverse group of people. I hope you all are staying safe and taking care of each other. I moved to San Diego from Germany 60 years ago. And I moved here to San Diego because they had an ASL program for free and a network here. So I left my family in Germany. And I love the community here so much. I love all of the gatherings that we have. I hope you all have fun today watching all of the festival and all of the ASL, and enjoy San Diego DeafFestival.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Are you ready to exercise today? You're going to feel really good. You're going to sweat. This is important, just like sleep and eating. Exercise is very important. It's very valuable to help you through your life to remain healthy. So now, to start off, I want to make sure that we warm up to get that heart pumping. So first, we're going to do some mobility exercises and stretches. So the first thing we're going to do is keep your hands straight like this and move your shoulders back. Now for 30 seconds, hold this position. Feel that stretch. All right. So it's important that we warm up and keep moving. Now we're going to do that again. Whew. All right. Now you want to make sure you do that 3 times. Relax for about 5 seconds and do it again. It's very important. All right. So make sure you do each of those 30 seconds. So we're going to do the shoulders again. We're going to sit on the wall. And if you have a wall at home, you can do it like this. So you lay back, sitting against the wall. And make sure your knees are bent like this. And try to keep your arms straight, your elbows up against the wall. You can feel it in your core. Whew. Now let's relax. And let's do it again. All right. Whew. Now, relax for about 15 seconds. And now we'll do it again, one more time. All right. Now, you should feel really good with those stretches. Now, next, we're going to do some jumping jacks. So I want you to do 20, okay? Like this. Whew. All right. Now relax. Okay, now let's do it again. 20 jumping jacks. All right, that was 20. So now we rest for about 15 seconds. You should feel your heart really pumping and beating. That's going to help you. Keep going. Okay, let's do it again. 20 jumping jacks. All right. That was good. You can feel that. Whew. We're going to keep going. Okay, so now, for some of you, I want you to try and get through this. So now we're going to do 5 burpees. Make sure you touch the ground, okay? And jump really high like this. All right, so that was 5. Okay, take your time. Whew, that's just under 9 minutes, so we're going to keep going. Okay, so we're going to do it again, 5 burpees. All right. Now we rest. Now we do it again. 5 more burpees. All right. So now we're going to continue with cardio. We're going to go forward and back, okay? And make sure you do this within 30 seconds, 3 times. So now we're going to do the straight jump. So first, you bend down and jump. All right? You do 15 of those. And make sure you do 3 sets of 15. I want to see you sweat now. Come on, keep going. Push yourself. All right? Let's do it again. All right. Good. You should feel your legs burning. Whew. And this is for your quads. You want to make sure you feel the burning. Don't stop. Okay? Good. Okay, so we want to do this again. The last set. 15 of them. All right, good. Okay, so now we're going to do our lunges. You want to make sure you have one hand up in the air like this. Keep your body straight and your back straight. And you want to touch the floor with your knee. Okay. And make sure you do 10 of those, and 10 on the other side as well. All right, good. You can feel that in your shoulder. Now you want to take a break, get some water, that's all right. Take your time. All right. Now, welcome back. And next, we're going to be focusing on our balance, okay? Now, this is called the pistol squat. So you want to keep your one leg up the whole time. Okay, you want to do 8 for each leg. Okay? You want to tighten up that core, make it strong. So you want to do 8 of those. Okay, so now we're going to do more balance exercise with your legs. And you're going to feel it in this area of the leg. And we'll see how well balanced you are, okay? All right, now the other side. Whew. All right, good. So we'll do that 3 times, 3 sets, okay? So now we're going to do squats, 25 of them. Hands up. Okay, so that's 25. Take a break. Get some water. All right, let's do it again. Okay, so we did that. Now, if you have a mat or floor, something soft you can put on the floor. 1 second. Let me get a mat. Okay, so now our next drill is going to help you prepare for the explosive exercise, okay? So now we have the mat here. Now we're going to do a push-up position. That's a push-up position that we're going to get into, okay? You're going to do one push-up at a time. Okay. Now you make sure that you do this 10 times in 3 sets, okay? Let's do it again. Now if your stomach starts to feel queasy, you can stop, but otherwise keep going, okay? Wow, you feel that in your core and in your arms. Boy, I'm tired. But that's 3 sets, okay? Make sure you do 3. So next, you're going to feel this next exercise in your triceps, okay? Now make sure that you do 10 hip thrusts. Okay? All right, do 10, 3 sets. Let's do it again. Let's go. Okay. Good job, y'all. I hope you enjoyed today's workout. Make you sweat, eat good, and you'll have a good quality of life. All right. Thank you for watching my show, and I hope to hear from you all soon.
Hello, my name is Beatrice. This is my name sign. I'm a 500-hour certified yoga teacher. I'm super excited to have you join me for yoga. What we will do today is pranayama, breathing techniques, a yoga flow to help wake up your body, and a short meditation. I'd also like to introduce the theme for this practice. The theme is gratitude. I chose gratitude because right now we're dealing with a lot of stress and uncertainty. We're not sure what's coming next with COVID-19, the election. It can be really stressful. Gratitude is a powerful tool to help ground us and remind ourselves that not everything is terrible. We do have good things in life. There are things we can be grateful for. Plus, when we think of our gratitudes, it's like sending a message to the universe asking for more of what we're grateful for. It's like making a wish. When you're grateful for something, you're wishing for more of it. So today, during practice in pranayama, the yoga poses, meditation, think about all the things you are grateful for. It can be for things, people, actions, or even yourself. It doesn't need to be big or fancy. It can be simple. Like being grateful you woke up this morning. That's already a big one. It's really nice that we all woke up today. Or it can be for a good breakfast or for loving your cat. There's many possible gratitudes. As you go through your practice, just make a mental list. Let's start with our pranayama today, sitting comfortably like this or like this. It's up to you. If you sit like this and you know you may get uncomfortable soon or your legs will fall asleep, it's really common. Try sitting on a pillow or a blanket. Your feet need to stay on the floor. Just put your hips on the blanket or pillow. That support will make you sit straighter and feel more comfortable. We will practice a pranayama called Ujjayi breath. When you inhale, your lungs and belly on the front, sides, and back will expand with air. When you exhale, everything will become smaller. When you breathe in, take in as much air as possible, then exhale all the air out. Place a hand on the heart and one on the belly so you can really connect and feel your breath. Relax your shoulders, jaw, toes, shake it all out. We'll start with an inhale. Exhale. And again, inhale. Exhale. Now, we'll do 5 more breaths at your own pace. Don't worry if you feel strange and aren't used to this. With practice, you'll get better. You can close your eyes or look down. When 5 breaths are finished, look up or open your eyes. I'm sure some of you are starting to feel calm and relaxed now. Ujjayi breath is typically used in yoga classes and for when we move around. So when we do our asana practice, you will use this breath. Just try your best. Ujjayi breath also signals to our brain that everything is safe and calm, that there is no threat or danger coming. It tells us that we can relax. Focus on yourself. Feel grounded and centered. So If you're about to do something you're nervous about, like presenting on stage or something else that scares you, just take 2 or 3 breaths to help ground and center you so you can proceed. So let's start with our asana practice. We'll begin with tabletop and do cat-cow. Cat-cow is really good for loosening up our spine and back. Let's get into tabletop now. When you're on your hands, you want to spread out your fingers as much as possible in order to give your body support with the biggest foundation you can give. So every time you're on your hands, spread your fingers out. Line up your arms under shoulders, knees under hips. Inhale, arch your back and look up. Exhale, round your back and look towards your belly button. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale and continue for 3 breaths. If you want to stay in one pose longer because the stretch feels good, that's okay. Just keep breathing. Come back to center. We're going to add a bit of core strength. Inhale your left leg back. See how the foot is pointing down? You don't want it pointing out, just down. Make sure your core is strong. Inhale the right arm out. So opposite arms and legs. Inhale and lift arm and leg. Exhale, elbow and knee together. Be sure to lift them as high as possible. Inhale out. Exhale, in. Inhale. Exhale. Now hold for 1 breath. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale out. Exhale. Release. Now let's do the other side. Inhale the right leg out. Foot pointing down, strong core. Inhale the left arm out. Exhale, elbow and knee together. Make sure to lift them. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now hold 1 breath. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale out. Exhale. Release. Now we're going to do plank pose. There's 2 variations, full or supported. I'll show you both. Remember, spread your fingers. Press the middle of the upper back up and really press down with strength. This is full plank with a straight, strong body. For supported plank, drop your knees and keep the upper body straight and strong. 3 breaths here. Look at the top edge of your mat. Exhale. Lower all the way down. Ha. Now we'll do cobra to strengthen our back. Press your legs down the whole time. Squeeze your elbows together behind you. Inhale. Lift your chest, hover your hands, squeeze your elbows together with chin down. Looking up will hurt your neck, so look slightly down. Exhale, release down. Next is down dog. Inhale, up to table. Exhale, tuck toes and lift hips up. Bend your knees. You want to make sure your back is straight first. Point tailbone up and press hips back. Relax the shoulders and head. Then move around. Three breaths here. Inhale, bend your knees deeply and look forward. Exhale, step the right foot up. If you need to help the foot up, that's okay. Set up for warrior two. Drop the back heel to 90 degrees from the front foot. Line up your front knee over your ankle. You don't want it too far forward. Inhale, circle your arms around and come up. Feel free to adjust your stance if you need. Keep the front knee over the ankle. Line up your hips under your shoulders. Make sure you're standing straight, not forward or back. Reach your arms out at shoulder level and look over your front hand. This pose is called warrior because it's a strong pose, so make sure your feet are grounded with even weight over both. Feel centered, strong, ready to challenge, to face head on, ready to be your true, beautiful self. Now, we'll kick it up a notch. Inhale, lift arms and straighten your front leg. Feel a stretch in your whole body. Exhale, come back down a little lower into warrior two. Inhale, lift. Exhale, down. Inhale, lift. Keep the legs straight. Exhale, arms back to the side. Inhale, reach the front arm forward. Exhale, turn the arms down into triangle. Move the top hip and shoulder back. You can keep your hand on your leg or reach toward the floor, whatever you're comfortable with. 2 breaths. Exhale, bend your front knee. Inhale all the way back into reverse warrior. Keep that front knee over the ankle. Look up. Exhale, circle your hands all the way down to the floor. Inhale into plank. Exhale, all the way down. Inhale, cobra. Squeeze elbows together. Exhale, lower. Inhale, down dog. Exhale. Inhale, bend knees and look forward. Now, exhale, left foot forward. Set up for warrior two on the other side. Drop the back heel down. Inhale, circle your arms up and around. Adjust your stance if you need. Line up the hips and shoulders. Arms out at shoulder level. Knee over your ankle, look forward. Inhale, straighten, lift, and stretch. Exhale, come down a little lower. Make sure to ground your feet and put equal weight on them. Inhale, stretch. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale. Inhale, lean forward. Exhale, triangle. Make sure to pull the top shoulder and the hip back. Look up. 2 breaths. Exhale, bend your front knee. Inhale, reverse warrior. Bend that front knee. Exhale, come all the way down. Inhale, plank. Exhale, lowering down. Now, we're going to do locust pose. Clasp your hands behind you. When we inhale, we will lift both upper body and our legs, and we'll stay for 2 breaths. Inhale, lift. Exhale, release. Inhale into table. Let's do child's pose for a rest. Take your knees apart, toes together. Sit back and lower your head down. 3 breaths. Now, we're going to stretch the back of our shoulders. So slide your right arm underneath your left. Exhale. Bring your head back down. You can keep your other hand where it is or bring it to your lower back. 2 breaths. Feel the weight of your body over that shoulder. Inhale, back to center. Exhale, left arm through. Inhale to center. Exhale, head down. Inhale, come up. Come up to sit at the front of your mat. We will roll down onto our back as slowly as possible so we can use our core. You can either hold your hands palms up by your legs or hold on to the back of your thighs for support. You can also switch back and forth as you roll down. We'll inhale and then exhale, but keep breathing throughout too. Press your feet firmly to help too. So ready? Open your heart. Roll your shoulders back. We're going slowly. Inhale. Exhale. Keep breathing. Inhale, exhale. Take a full body stretch. Exhale, bend your knees. Let's stretch our hips a bit. Cross your right ankle over your left knee. Lift left foot up. Slide your right arm through the opening. Left arm around the left leg and grab the back of your thigh. Pull as your right elbow pushes into your left leg. And inhale, exhale, be sure your head's down. Pull for 3 more breaths. Be sure your feet are flexed to protect your knees. Exhale, release. Switch to the other side. Left ankle over right knee. Be flexed. Left arm through the opening with the left elbow pushing into the leg. Inhale, exhale, pull. Inhale, exhale, pull it towards you. 3 breaths. Exhale, release. Pull your knees into your chest and make yourself into a ball. Inhale. Exhale, hug yourself, show some love. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale, release. Set up for the final pose. Turn your palms up by your side. Let your feet open out to the sides. Stay here as I explain this pose. This final pose is called Shavasana, corpse pose. This means your body and your mind is relaxed, totally quiet and calm. Nothing is happening in your mind. Your body isn't doing anything. You just feel bliss and relaxation. Close your eyes or look at the ceiling. Take 5 breaths, deep, slow, long breaths. Everything is calm and your body is heavy and your mind is quiet. When 5 breaths are done, inhale and stretch the body. Exhale, bend the knees, roll over, and sit up. I'll see you soon. Inhale, stretch. Exhale. Throughout your practice, you've been thinking of things you're grateful for. Well, I hope. By now, you're full of gratitude, feeling warm, positive, and calm. So let's share that energy. Right now, many people are watching. So imagine if we all shared that pure energy of gratitude. What a big impact this could create. During our meditation, we will use our exhales to send out that energy of gratitude and feel it become part of our environment. You are welcome to position your hands in different ways. There are many different ways, so choose your favorite. There will be 3 breaths. You can close your eyes or look down. At the end of 3 breaths, open your eyes or look up. Bring your hands to your forehead. The light within me sees, recognizes, and honors the light within you. Namaste. Thank you so much for joining and being a part of this yoga practice with me. If you have any questions, or if you want more of this, you can follow me on Instagram or Facebook, or you can email me at beatrice.ywb@gmail.com.
Hi, I'm Bibi Ashley, and I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I'm going to introduce you to 6 important tiers. Being aware of these 6 tiers will help you with self-care and knowing which essential oil product best fits each tier. The pyramid that I showed you, it's a constant reminder for me to know what to use, what essential oil meets each one of the tiers, which will help you with your own wellness. The bottom tier talks about eating right, so having nutritious, healthy foods. This is staying away from fast foods, processed foods, foods that's ready in a box already. So eating things more like fresh fruit, raw fruit and vegetables, making food from from scratch. Eating foods that are more natural. This way you have the control of the amount that gets put in each recipe. That's an important part of wellness. So the essential oil that you can use to match that tier, I'll get to. There are 3 problems that usually people fall into, and so I want to discuss those. The first one is controlling what we eat. Everybody knows about morning, having breakfast, and then in the afternoon lunch and dinner. And at times, sometimes we don't necessarily keep the same time for breakfast, for lunch, or dinner. We eat whenever it is that we want to. We mindlessly eat. There's different reasons, right, that people just mindlessly eat. So the essential oil that would help with cravings, with eating mindlessly, or having those food crashes, feeling bloated. Let me show you that oil that you can use. This essential oil helps with your metabolism. So it's a metabolic blend called Slim and Sassy. And the reason that it has that name is when you eat and you start feeling heavy, taking this essential oil helps you control the amount of food that you're taking. And one suggestion that I have is taking it with a trim shake. There's vanilla flavor, chocolate flavor. It's like a milkshake. You pour in a scoop with your non-dairy beverage of choice, something like coconut milk, almond milk, hazelnut milk, oat milk, any non-dairy beverage that you put in a scoop of the blend, put it in the blender. You can also even do like a green smoothie, adding in kale, spinach, some green, so just to add some more nutritional value to your food, or even maybe like a Greek yogurt, but put in the drop into your food, into a healthy food choice for breakfast, lunch, or maybe even dinner or during dessert. This will help you avoid those cravings that end up leading to you overeating or mindlessly eating. So just like a trick to add into your eating habits. You have to think about the type of foods that you eat as well. So if you think about fast food or just non-healthy foods, Foods that also will affect your moods, which make you feel tired easy. So sometimes when you find yourself really tired, you have to think about what food did you eat. Taking care of your digestive system is important. Your pancreas, your kidney, your your liver. It's important to take care of what's happening in your gut, which would affect also your energy. And regularly being able to use the restroom will help flush out your system. So clearing out the digestive system is incredibly important. The Slim and Sassy pill that I'm telling you, there's also even a metabolic gum that you can take. So if you happen to forget the drops, there is a pill form and there's also gum form. So just to help you curb those cravings. And so you want to control the food that you're taking, the amount of food that you're taking. And the reason that these things are important is because when you eat foods that are not nutritious, they have no nutritional value to your body. If you avoid eating the fruits and the veggies, and if you just eat whatever kind of food, it's not going to be beneficial to you. But there is something like the Lifelong Vitality Pack, LLV. These are pill forms that you can take that are incredibly helpful. They help with cell health. They help maintain your energy. They help with healing. So if you get sick, that you heal a lot quicker. They help boost the nutrients that are already in your body. And then moving on to the next tier, which is exercising. It's a stress reliever to be able to include exercise into your daily routine. And the essential oil for this is this one, lemon oil, that I usually have just with a cup of water. Drop in a droplet. If I had a spoon, I'd stir it, but without a spoon, you just drink that cup of water and that's it. And it works as a quick detox, which is pretty much just flushing out your system. This helps reset your fat cells. When you work out, your fat cells, they pretty much inflame, for a lack of a better word. And with taking the lemon drops, it helps those fat cells firm up. So your fat and your muscle are firm. White cell counts are very important. That is the count that helps with your immune system to keep you healthy. There's heavy metals in our foods as well. When you're not eating the healthy foods, junk foods, greasy foods, you end up having metal in your system. And so this helps flush this out of your system. I love the lemon drops. And if you feel anxious or tense or whatnot, this is really a good oil to help with all of that. You just do maybe 2-3 droplets in a cup of water, or drop it into your yogurt. Really, anything that you might consume, just put in a couple drops of the lemon oil. Now, there are times that when you work out, you're out of breath, and it could be that you are out of shape. And for that, there is this essential oil. Inside this humidifier. And so when you work out, you are able to inhale, which inhale what's in the humidifier, inhale these oils. And so it helps the circulation, which is circulating the oxygen into your lungs to help you breathe easier. You can also roll this around your chest, your neck, inhale it. It's really great with helping you with your breathing. Now this is another one of my favorites. Deep Blue, which helps with pains. And it's important to use this before and after a workout, because if you're just getting into workout, you're going to end up sore. And so this just helps to manage that soreness if you use it before and after. You're able to inhale these different essential oils. Okay, the next one, rest stress management. If you take a power nap for 30 minutes, that really helps the body reset. If you have any tension, you end up with a headache, it's because the body is screaming for rest. It's screaming for a timeout. And so by taking that nap, you're able to reset. And people are currently under a lot of stress, overwhelmed. And so for that, there's this oil. Frankincense oil. Put it in your hands, take a deep breath, rub it on your neck, and that just helps calm you, relax you. Your cells tense up. When you're under extreme stress, the cells tense up and there's not enough oxygen circulating in your body. And so by taking a deep inhale of this frankincense, it helps relax the body. And so this way, all of the cells that are bunching up and creating all of this tension, they spread into the body and you're able to relax. It's a really good oil to have on hand. And then there is lavender oil. Works similarly to how frankincense works. It's very good for anxiety. If you're a nervous person, which sometimes happens because you're overworking yourself, which leads to fatiguing very quickly, unable to think clearly. The lavender helps relax the body. Put it in a candle, and then you're able to just disconnect, pretty much turn off the brain. Turn the lights off, have a candle going, inhale the lavender, drop a drop into that candle for about 20 minutes, and then you are reset, ready to go. And you can set that up in your schedule to do it in the morning or do it in the evening. If you have a tea, like if you enjoy drinking tea, just one droplet, because it's very strong. It's very, very strong. So just put one droplet into the tea right before bed. Maybe pour some onto your pillow so that you're able to inhale that during your sleep. Just helps calm you. There's many benefits to the lavender, but basically it is to calm the mind, to keep you relaxed. Next we have peppermint oil, which has a lot of benefits. It also helps with circulation. Like I mentioned before about being out of breath and not able to kind of get that good breath. Have some of the peppermint beadlets. They're tiny little drops of beads. It's strong. It's very potent. It'll charge up your entire face. It it just basically prompts the body into to take a breath. You'll feel very cold in your chest, in your mouth, in your head. It's great. It works. It works really good. If you put some on your temple, or if you spray it in the vicinity where you're able to inhale it, there's a lot of benefits in that, helping you absorb any stress that you might be carrying. Next here is reduce toxic. The body inflames over an accumulation of what it is that you eat, or lack of exercise, or the stress. A lot of just layers that you are accumulating, and then it just leads to toxins in the body. And so what you can do is also use that same oil that I mentioned before, the Slim and Sassy. It helps basically remove all these layers. So I strongly recommend that oil. This also is a mood stabilizer, a detox, helps curb those cravings that end up leading to eating more, and then those cells that tense up, it helps kind of disperse those to relax you. Oregano oil helps the immune system, in addition to other things, but its main purpose is to help clear out the system. So let's say if you have a sore throat, let's say if you have strep throat, it helps kind of clear out any of that. If there's a virus running in your body, it helps get rid of it. It doesn't cure you. There's no way that any of these oils can cure anything, but they do help improve things. And by eating well, by resting, avoiding stress, minimizing your stress, your body feels the benefit to that. These infections, your body's able to fight any infections that might be out there, any viruses that's out there. It burns. By touching the skin, it does eat, like it leaves like a heat to it. And so you put this into a vial, into like a capsule, and then it's safe to digest. You rub if you're this is able to centralize in your body. Very beneficial. It has many purposes. I strongly recommend it as a detox. It helps keep your immune system strong so that you can depend on it. Tea tree oil focuses on like pretty much eliminating any infections that you might have, specifically like your skin. So if you have acne, it helps clear things up like that. Or if you have just any sort of skin issues. Helps with if you use castor oil soap with no scent, using it with that. You can use it just right on, like let's say if you have a cut, if you rub a little bit on a cut, it helps heal that cut quicker. So it has a lot of benefits to it. And then the final one is self-care. So most people have a problem with their digestive system, not necessarily related to food, but just if you have nausea or cramps, or you just feel sick to your stomach, you don't feel good, you feel bloated. If that is the case, you will use a digestive blend, Digest Zen. That helps with cramps. If you ate a specific food that just made you sick to your stomach, there is a capsule ready, there is the oil ready. So you can put that into your own capsule. You can rub it directly onto your belly. It's one of my favorites. I love it. I'm crazy over on it. I'm very dependent on that one. Taking care of your digestive system, having a healthy digestive system is incredibly important to the rest of the body. Whatever's happening on the inside is going to have an effect on the outside. So it's important to take care of that part of your body well. Next one. My favorite. I didn't bring it with me, but I have this On Guard. I didn't bring the oil with me, but I have this. One example of how you can use On Guard is as an all-purpose cleaner. Oh, I found it. I actually do have it. But you put this into a cleaner, into a bottle to be a cleaner. Currently, right now, we're getting a lot of suggestions to use Lysol to kill bacteria, to kill viruses. This works the same way. To kill any germs, to kill any bacteria, to kill viruses. It cleans anything, and it smells great. I love it. I use it all the time. I'm very serious about my usage of this On Guard. It helps prevent any sicknesses. There is a soft pill that you can take. If you feel stress or tense, there is Past Tense, which is a tension blend. Same as Deep Blue. Deep Blue is more for the muscles, like when you work out. But the other one is just if you feel tension in your back, in your neck, that's what this is for. You roll it onto your neck, onto your shoulders. It makes some heat there, and it feels really good. When you have these tensions in your neck, in your shoulders, it does create migraines. So here is a circle of these important oils, and they all are the color of the rainbow. Because of time, I can't really elaborate as much as I'd like, but there are, if you have feelings of like feeling just really down, really low, you're lacking motivation, and you feel this need for a burst of like happiness and joy, and you want to overcome the negativity that you're thinking, and you're trying to get rid of any drama that might be coming your way. These are great. These are great to help give you this feeling of positivity. Help you take care of yourself physically, mentally, instead of allowing yourself to crumble. I will show you what I have, the different products. And if you are interested in ordering any of them, please get in touch with me. You can shoot me an email. Thank you so much for your guys' time, for watching what I had to share. And if there's any questions, please email me. Have a great day.
Out cheeses, out meats, out supremes, out crusts, or out stuffs the Hut. Because when it comes to making your favorites, no one out-pizzas the Hut.
Hello and welcome to my channel. I'd like to show you the art and beautiful scenery. This is not that show. I'm the drone guy and I'm going to show you about drones today and how to control them. Drones are used for taking pictures, for taking videos. Some firemen use them so that they can go to places that are very difficult. So here's an example of how they use them. Did you see how cool that was? The technology is amazing. We don't need men to risk their lives. They don't have to climb up there to do anything like that. Technology is really advanced and it's pretty amazing. You can also do video, as I mentioned. So when you get on when you have the drone, you can attach things to it. Here's an example. That's so cool. You can fish. You don't have to go far out. You can just bring the drone and get a big fish, or maybe a small one, who knows. It depends on the lure and what you're using for bait, but it's possible. And what makes a drone pilot really good? I think there's two things. One is using it for a particular vision. We have these special goggles versus the remote. This is good for starters. They can learn, you don't have to know everything, and then when you're more comfortable, you can move on to the advanced one, which is this one. This is my favorite. Really good, very powerful, easy to see everything remote or far away, and it has a really good signal. So it's got an antenna here, and actually it has two antennas, so the signal's really, really good. You also have remotes. There's two different kinds of remotes. Here they are close up. This one is good for in-house, to practice. During the winter time, you can't really fly them around because it's so cold outside. Maybe you're stuck inside, and so you have to, just have, if you have a house, you can have a small one where if you hit a wall, it won't damage it. It's a teeny, tiny drone compared to this one, which is also could be used in-house. That one is better outside. However, I don't recommend that you use it inside. So this one's really, really great. I'm going to show you a clip of this one inside my house while I was practicing. And I've got another one. See, these are really cool. This one is 2.5, and it's for short, more fun if you wanted to practice going around corners, you know, because it goes really, really fast. And it's better if you go around corners like you would be in a car, to take your time at a reduced speed, otherwise you might crash. For competition and racing, these are the two that I use. This is an older one I bought a couple years ago. It's good practice. I've learned a lot. I don't use it anymore. I did win some awards, and I'm going to put it on my wall as one of the awards. Pretty cool. And this is the one that I use for racing. It's really, really fast. And the first time I tested it, I made a huge mistake, and it broke the glass on my barn. Had to check around to make sure nobody was looking. Fixed it. Luckily fixed it and not this. So let me show you a clip at what this one looks like around my house. So you can see as you race, you can go really fast, and then they have different competitions. For freestyle, like a dance, you can go up in the air, flip around. It's really cool, and the judge will see who has the best techniques. So here's an example. So when you compete, you have to be able to really pay attention to what's around you. So here I can practice going in and out of these little yellow things. Is a really good opportunity to practice. What's important is safety. Safety first. If you have to buy one, you never put it on your hand. Good idea to put it on the ground and then to back up. Use an arm if you have to. Here's an example. Got everything set because it will start, and it's safer if you make sure that there's nothing in your environment. It could be dangerous if you're doing it around someone. Here's an example. Make sure that you are safe, and you know, if you're gonna do horseback riding and watch wild animals, then best you be away. So they have 6S, which is really powerful. It can go high and it can go fast. And then the 1S, 2S, 3S are really, really powerful. So let's do a comparison. This is the 1S. This is the advanced 3S. 1, 2, 3. This is a really good one, 4S. And this one is also a 4S, but it's bigger, as you can see. This is a 10. 6S, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, see those? 6. If you compare, much bigger, really powerful. And then this one is a 4S as well. So you got a lot of choices. I love the one that you can do in-house. One negative is that the battery life is really short. It's like up to 2 minutes, and that's all you get. So here's all the batteries. I got so many. You got to change them out so that it can fly and then land, and then I can replace it. And it feels like it goes forever. I can go for several hours. So I can fly around for a really long time. When you got the goggles on for the virtual reality, that's awesome. Isn't that cool? So that one you can fly around, and the big one you should never ever do it in close proximity because it's too big. If I'm walking the dog and I want to fly my drone around for exercise while walking the dog, this is a really good, let me show you a clip. Say hello, and you can see how I walk with my dog. And the dog knows how to play this game, and the dog's always looking for the drone. Dog's ready. Thanks for watching my channel, and have a great afternoon.
At RIT's National Technical Institute for the Deaf, we are scientists, innovators, athletes, problem solvers, performers, researchers, creators, doers, and makers. We are unique. More than 1,100 deaf and hard of hearing students creating and collaborating alongside 18,000 hearing students on the most accessible campus in the world. 135,000 alumni strong, including nearly 9,000 deaf and hard of hearing graduates worldwide, creating the most powerful, successful network of deaf and hard of hearing professionals in the world. Coming to RIT is about getting access to opportunities and people who will support you and challenge you to be your best, and where you'll be moved to discover more about yourself than you ever knew. It's about getting experiences that will shape you and take you where you want to go.
So you might be wondering where I am. I'm here in the studios, here in San Diego, California. I wish I could say that I was born and raised here, but I wasn't. I moved here 8 years ago, and I absolutely fell in love with the city because of the character here is so unique. I can give you a couple of examples. The climate year-round is superb. We have beaches up and down the coastline. And the border that we share with Tijuana, Mexico is just down the street. The Mexican culture here is so strong with all the food and culture. I could go on, but one thing that I really noticed that sets San Diego apart is the DEAFestival. I know we've been hosting this for about 20 years now, and here's a little bit of the history. Yeah, I'm happy to tell you about the history of how San Diego DEAFestival began. Now, this is from my recollection, from what I remember. Maybe others might have different stories or different anecdotes about how it all came together, but I think it's really important that we're documenting the history of our deaf community here in San Diego. It used to be called Deaf Awareness Day, or DAD. And Sonny Romero was the one who coordinated with SCRID, San Diego chapter of RID. They used to have WRAD affiliation, and Sonny, this is his name sign, he hosted it. He thought maybe we had, like, the first time we had about 300, maybe 350 people at the first event. After that, the event kind of resolved itself. It didn't really go anywhere. 4 years later, I had 8 people on a committee, on a team, who led the way in making the next San Diego DEAFestival in 2000. We called it Deaf Awareness Day, or DAD. Like I said, various people from different organizations, clubs, and interest groups all got together to plan the day. We formed a committee to host the event. It was an all-day event. I was given the recital hall there in Balboa Park. It's right next to the Balboa Park Club. The really small recital hall was given to us, let us use their facilities. That allowed us to have more exposure with the outside communities. That way people who were walking by that day might see this event and be curious and stop in. And again, the whole point of it was to expose deaf culture to the community. So our committee started working, and the first event was great. I want to say maybe 650 people attended. Then we realized the recital hall was in Balboa Park. They decided that it was going to be too small of a building, so we moved it to Balboa Park Club. That way we had more space to accommodate more people, and that was great. And actually it was a lot better because it had better lighting. And they had a stage, and it was perfect for the event. Our committee came up with different ways to make it better than the next year, and we always had so many things that we wanted to do. So, since 2000, for the last 20 years, we've been having this event, and I'm really grateful that we've been able to continue this event. And that San Diego has something that continues to last. In 2004, me and my co-host, Leslie Elion, hosted DAD. And it was the 5th year for the annual event for Deaf Awareness Day, plus DCS's 30th year anniversary. And it was such a great experience for us. We came together. I want to say we had over 1,000 people attend the event. We had committees. We had about 8 volunteers plus other volunteers for a day of to help with the food and the interpreters and entertainment. And we had events all day for the kids and different professionals. We had food vendors. We had just such a wonderful memory of that event. I absolutely love San Diego. That has been able to maintain and keep this tradition and hosting Deaf Awareness Day every year. Well, now it's called DEAFestival, whatever you call it. This event is truly representative of San Diego and makes me very proud to live here. I was a co-chairperson in 2005 with Lynette Miller. As a chairperson, it was such an enriching experience because you got to see all sorts of different perspectives on nonprofit organizations and for-profit organizations and really gathered an understanding of how businesses run. It's really important that you understand and protect and promote and cherish American Sign Language and the deaf community and make sure that that bond stays strong. I always enjoy seeing the festival and seeing the different deaf clubs. I was a co-chair in 2005 with Jon Savage, and then again in 2011. I think it's really important that we have an annual event in this nature to keep the community together and vibrant. That way we can learn new things, meet new people, see old friends, and catch up, keeping that community feeling alive. I know it's a lot of work to do and to prepare for the event, but that day of the event, you can see all of the hard work that you've put in pay off. You see all the people smiling, everybody talking, and the whole community coming together with the vendors and everybody who's helped with the committees, making sure everything is running smoothly. Just, it's an amazing experience. My favorite memory of San Diego Deaf Festival is having the whole community, all the volunteers and everyone who attends the event, the committee, and everyone coming together into one place, everybody working together and collaborating to make this event possible. And that's the best part, is communicating and seeing each other in person and really getting together. You know, not often that people are able to get together. We have technology these days, but actually getting together and being in person is a wonderful thing. I actually moved to Arizona and came back to San Diego in 2008, so I was able to reconnect with the community again. This is where I was raised, so it's so nice to have that camaraderie again. I feel very fortunate to have had the experience as a chairperson because it has helped me with my organizational skills, being able to plan a huge event like this. I want to say there was 1,500 people that attended the year I was the co-chair, and it was a wonderful, and we had such a wonderful and hardworking committee. My advice for future chair people is looking at the solution, coming up with the solutions and not looking at the problems. Always having a solution. And that's the most important thing you can do as a chairperson, is find the solution. That way, You don't have problems overlapping each other that become out of control later. If you're able to find the solution and move on. In 2012, I was the chairperson. I had a co-chairperson as well with me, who was Erin Olsen-Dixon. And we wanted to become the chairpeople for this event. We actually founded an after-school program called E5. And so we were working a lot with various events, and so we figured we wanted to get involved with DEAFestival as well and combine the after-school program. We wanted to rebrand Deaf Awareness Day. We wanted something different, but we weren't quite sure what it was until we came up with this idea. Why not do Carnival? E5 Carnival. So it was like a circus kind of performance-themed fun event that year. And we had over 2,000 people attend the event. It was such a great turnout. We had so many creative people involved in the process. There was a lot of vendors and a lot of really people having positive experiences, especially for the deaf children. We wanted to make sure that they knew that they had a bright and potential future. It's really important that you're open-minded, that your heart is open, and that you're willing to invest your time and work with anyone. So Brad and I weren't the only one. We couldn't do it alone. We had a committee behind us, and Carnival wouldn't have happened without them. We so valued the time and energy that they put into it. In 2012 was the first of many things. It was the first time we allowed free entry because the club paid for it, and that was our agreement. The Lions Club had been hosting it every year. We said that they would be able to be a sponsor if they were able to make it free for all. In past years, they had asked for $2 or $3 to get in, but this was the first year it was free. San Diego deserves an annual festival like this. It brings the community together, and we have support from various organizations. And we wouldn't be able to do this without those organizations' support. The first DEAFestival experience I had here was in 2015, and it was the year before I became a chair. I was just a participant that year, but it wasn't called DEAFestival. We called it Unity Day that year. And to me, unity meant festival. In 2016, I took on the role as a chairperson. I recruited a committee, and I decided that we needed to change the name. It's not Unity Day. It's San Diego DEAFestival. It's the deaf community's event. So we had an election and we changed the name. We had an agreement with Lincoln High School, but we were kind of concerned about it because it was kind of all spread out. So we looked around the city and we found Jacobs Center. And it was really cool because it was right by the trolley, by the bus stop, and it had really great parking, which meant it made it accessible for everyone. So we reserved that location, and 4 years in a row we've had San Diego DEAFestival in that location. So by my third year as co-chairperson, I already knew what to expect. We had been to Jacobs before. We already knew what they had, what they didn't have, what we needed to bring, all the accommodations that we needed to make. And we knew the location was wonderful. We had food trucks too. Last year we had 3 food trucks, but the third one wasn't very popular, so we just kept 2 of the food trucks. And they contacted us and asked us if they could come again, and they've developed their own means of communicating with the deaf people. One truck has a whiteboard where they write back and forth, and the other one has one of the employees come and stand outside of the food truck, and the deaf person will point to what they want, and they will speak the order to the person inside. And then we have vendors. We had wonderful vendors last year who started contacting us wanting to get information about it. And we're like, oh, we're not ready yet. So we had to make the forms and registrations. So our team already knew what to expect ahead of time. They knew from the year before what didn't work. So for example, we had vendors outside. And one of my team members said, you know what, we should move the path just a little bit. And instead of making the vendors in a horseshoe pattern, we should make them in rows. That would make it better. And that way we can save room on tents and make it more accessible. And it's so much more efficient now. Now it's my 4th year of as chair, and I've noticed every year has gotten progressively better, and it's more efficient. But this year I've noticed a couple of things. The community members had said that they wanted to change location, that it was time for a change. So we had community members on our team, and we came to agreement, and we're trying to find a new location, and we had a couple of different options, but as far as timing, it wasn't going to work out. As far as accessibility, it wasn't going to work out. You know, we usually have interpreters every year, so we're adding different types of language interpreters and SSPs for deaf-blind, International Sign Language, LSM, and that's really wonderful. And now this is my 5th and final year as co-chair. My time is up. But I wanted to do something for this year. My experience being chairperson over the last 5 years has been really difficult. Trying to get a hold of people, collecting accurate data, getting the history of the event, asking around and detailing and documenting the DCS archives, because there's so much information in there, but they're not organized. So it's been really challenging. So San Diego DeafFestival, I figured this was my time to archive the history of it. And it's not perfect, but the purpose of this documentary is to hopefully inspire future generations to maintain this event and continue to provide it to San Diego community. That's why I'm here. You want to show where we started, how DeafFestival was born, how it's grown over the last 20 years till now. Plus, I did keep my promise. Last year, I said, 2020 was going to be in a different location, and sure enough, here we are online. The pandemic, the coronavirus has impacted everybody worldwide, and it's really opened a lot of eyes. Now, it's 2020. It's a really important year, huh? Scott and I had these grand ideas and vision for 2020. We would have more sponsors and a beer garden and have different stages and performances happening all at the same time. And maybe expand the event from not just a one-day event to a 2-day event, and then the pandemic hit. And we weren't going to let coronavirus stop us. Scott and I figured, coronavirus has canceled every other festival this year. But why not do it virtually? And we saw other events happening virtually, and so we watched and we learned and we made it as accessible and deaf-friendly as possible. If they could do it, we knew we could do it too. So we took on the challenge and made this event accessible for the entire world. Have everyone come together, spread this event. We knew. Well, there you have it. The 20-plus year history of San Diego DeafFestival, all wrapped up into 25 minutes. Like Chris said, DeafFestival is San Diego, and he's surprised to see it lasted this long and wants to see it keep going. And Mala said this event draws the community together. Mivita said that it's important to be part of the solution, not the problem. And as all the co-chairs said, that this is such an event that brings the community together and is so inspiring. Passion is important in order to keep this event going. So now it's your turn. I'm handing the ball off to somebody else. Remember to always value ASL, cherish the community, and maintain the work. Keep it going.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. I'm Dack, Virnig, and who exactly am I? I made many different vlogs and ASL, doing different storytelling and sharing different stories. And I've traveled all around America and the world, you know, on different signing tours. But I'm just curious, ASL, man, it's so important. But why? Can anyone tell me? I can't see you guys. I'm just teasing. Yes, ASL is very important to me because I use it for communication access. I am 4th generation deaf in my family, and I always talk with my wonderful grandmother. We sign together. But how? How do we do that? Through ASL, of course. We sign to each other. I sign with my whole family. And my trigger, my stimulus is awesome. Going through a deaf school, going to different residential schools, it's amazing. I enjoy it so much. I wasn't missing out on anything growing up due to my ASL access. ASL is just so near and dear to my heart. So now looking at a lot of deaf schools, they're actually closing. And, oh, it's sad. You know, it's important that the deaf children have the experience and the stimulus to go forward and have that access to sign language. It's crucial. That is why I started traveling and signing and educating different people. And now I'm here today, and I am thrilled to share with you my experience and my skills. And I wanted to offer it to you guys so you can spread the word about how crucial ASL really is. We ready to go? Oh, first, one second. Let me ask you guys a question. You know, for ASL, what must you have? 3 different things. Anybody? Anyone? Oh, gosh, I can't see you guys. Oh, silly me. All right. The first thing is you have to have hands. Oh, obviously, yeah. The whole thing? The whole elbow? The whole front of the arm? You know, because ASL moves like this. You know, and the other hand is used to support. You won't get stuck. You can improve. You'll see. So the second thing you have to have is a face. Of course, facial expressions are a crucial part of sign language. Is that it? But being able to, you know, come in close and keep the same face, or move around and, you know, move your head around. So the last thing you need, it's key, a body. Facial expressions are the top portion, the body is key. You know, moving all around and signing like that. You know, staying stuck in your feet? No. You have to be able to move around and sign to the right, and move around and sign to the left, and move all around. You can do it. ASL, there's so many reasons why ASL is amazing, and I'll give you a few today. And I just want to share one more important thing. You know, when deaf people sign to other deaf people, and the other deaf person receives the message, you know, they're looking for the words and for the understanding, right? No. If a deaf person is signing to another deaf person and the deaf person is receiving it, they're processing it like a movie. You know, they're watching the story being told and how things are moving around and jumping around. And that makes for a clear understanding. You know, that's part of being deaf and having that communication access. Setting up pictures. We don't focus too much on the words. how do people understand that? Let me show you. You know, back in the day, Popeye, remember Popeye the Sailor Man? You know, all the deaf people used to love to watch him because there's no sound. There were no captions back then, they would just watch. But they could clearly understand what was going on because Popeye had simple actions, how he walked, how he fought, he used his body, his facial expressions, and his movement, and it was all included on the screen. It was a clear understanding. That's kind of like setting up pictures like we do in ASL. For deaf, it's really important for deaf people and the deaf community. Alright, so let's dive on into ASL. So I thought of something here. I'm not going to teach. Let me just go ahead and sign a story and show you guys so you can enjoy watching, and then once it's done we'll talk about what happened during the story. Sound good? Alright. So now I'm going to be signing you a story. It's Boo. It's my first children's book that I wrote. So now I'm going to sign you the story. Here we go. Alright, thank you guys so much for watching my story. Alright, so now you guys saw the story. Ooh. Classifiers, huh? Abbreviated CL. Ooh. They're important in a story. You know, classifiers, you can make up different shapes, but you have to describe in the picture, in the order, like the location. There's no limitations here. It's amazing. And so how could you improve your classifier use? I can give you some answers. With gestures. But, you know, what kind of gestures? You know, gestures have no words. It's just kind of pictures. You know, you're just gesturing along so someone understands. It's possible. You know, you can't sign, you can't speak, you kind of just have to gesture. So, you know, this is an example. What does that mean? Obviously, that you want to drink. What about this? You know, obviously, you're hungry, you want some food. So you recognize the different gestures. You're kind of setting up pictures. You know, this is me eating, this is me drinking. You know, there's so many different ideas out there that you can use. That gestures help classifiers and help kind of explain and you know, and figure out the hand shape that you're using to best fit the situation. I have an idea. Maybe going forward you can play a game with your family or friends. You can gesture something like a sentence. Can't sign, can't speak, and then they can sign it back to you. That'd be a fun little party game to play sometimes. You know, do you remember the Boo story? Do you remember the points in there? You know, with the audience watching, you have to make the points very, very clear. You know, setting up the basic foundation, introducing the story. What was it? Yes. First, when, the 5 W's. First, when, second, where, third one, what, fourth one is who, and the 5th one being why. So you include all 5 of those in the story, and it's very easy to imagine. Alright, so remember, alright, so when would the Boo story take place? At night, obviously because of the moon. What about where? Where did it take place? In the city. Yeah. And then what? It was a ghost town. Yes, very good. Ooh. The parents and the baby. And lastly, why? The boy had arms. So all 5 of these included, you understood the story perfectly. Alright. So moving on, another important detail is when new characters arise in your story, or new things show up, or the story moves to a different area, you must sign exactly what it looks like. Let me give you an example. Alright, so now I'm setting this up. So now you can imagine he's got a beard, a jacket on, and that helps you for the rest of the story. Where he walks, where he goes, you're already imagining the same person. But he runs into another person. That person is a new character and you have to introduce them. So keep those 5 things, and remember those 5 W's and everything, so the audience can perfectly understand what is being said. So maybe you noticed in the story, my rhythmic boo, 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 you know, like that. That's called deaf music. Hold that on. You know, hearing people, this is what how hearing people, they follow lyrics. But deaf people, interpreters, we take it and change it into ASL. So this is deaf music. You know, all those sentences and words, that's for hearing people. It's words. Deaf music is, that's right. You know, back at Gallaudet University, their fight song is clap, 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 just like this. That's their song. That was where it was first created. Deaf people liked that and felt connected because they could feel the beat. Boom, 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 boom. So now we include that in some ASL stories, and you can include it in a variety of different ways. You know, keeping it in that rhythmic time. You know, you can do all sorts of different rhythm and clap, but just repeat. You know, having that repetition is crucial, especially in deaf music. So I'll give you an example here. You know, if you're watching a movie, hearing people can hear the music in the background. But what is it? I'll tell you. You know, in a movie, for example, let's say, you know, everyone's walking around. There's a UFO coming. All these people are screaming. Behind there, there's music playing. Boom, boom, boom. That's kind of forewarning. Ooh, it gives you chills. But you know, if you're at the beach, walking with hand in hand with your sweetheart, and you kiss, in the background there's maybe a violin playing or soft, subtle, romantic music. You know, that background music, each scene has their own background music. But what about deaf people? How do deaf people have music in the background? That's right. Like with facial expressions. You got it. So you know, if you follow my facial expressions during the story, it's really easy to figure out what's going on. You can figure out the tone of the story based on the facial expressions, whether you're up or down. Let me give you an example. So we have two different stories. This story's happy, this one's a little grumpy. So, I'm at the grocery store, I'm getting things off the shelves. Oop, something fell on the ground. Oops, silly me. Do I need to buy this? No? Okay, good. Alright, that was the happy one. This is the grouchy one. Boom, boom. Ugh. Let me just grab this stuff in my cart. I dropped something. Oh, gosh. Do I have to buy this? No. Alright. Did you notice the difference in the two stories? It's the same exact story. No, it's not. Of course not. It's different. One, it's because of the facial expressions and what I'm showing. Facial expressions are key. They can change any story. So we're getting close to the end, but real quick I wanted to review a couple things. What's most important that you learned today? Signing is not word for word for word. It's pictures put together. Next, gesturing will help spark some creative ideas for classifiers. Third, is everything exact? It's easy for the audience to understand and clear. Who, what, where, when, and why. Next, facial expressions are very, very important because your face controls the tone of the story and you can change it to however you want. It's easily. I love facial expressions. Alright. Maybe a tip on how to improve in signing stories. Let me just give you one quick pointer. When I was growing up, I loved to watch movies, like especially cartoons. You know, what they would do, the silliness of it all, you know, and I would sign them along with them. I would watch it and practice with myself and see who gets knocked down and who gets knocked back up, and I would sign it. You know, and people would watch that and clearly understand it's the same thing because of it's the pictures. So I think going forward, you should try at home. Watch your favorite show, look for some inspiration. Well, that's it. Thank you guys very much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed it all, and I hope you enjoyed your time. Thank you.
madman, they go mad for me. Who the f wanna gassed you up like you're good enough to be clashing me? Oh, please stop around.
Hi. Hello. How are you? I can't hear you. Ah, I see your hands waving. I hope everyone is fine and good. I'm fine and good. Who am I? My name is Maxim. My last name is Fomitishev. I'm a professional mime artist, clown, and actor. I wanted to share some tips and techniques about miming and why it's important. You're able to express your feelings and body movement, and I wanted to show you some techniques. You don't do it quickly. It takes a lot of work and training. And I'll go over these various techniques with you, okay? Oh. Okay, can you see me better? Good. I'm happy. Oh, it's hot in here. Hold on. I'm going to have to hang it. Up. There. That should work. Hold on. Oh, boy. Duh, I can hang it here. There, simple. You like my tie? It's really nice. Look at the bottom, see that tear? Looks like a teardrop, like you're crying. So now I wanted to begin talking about miming, okay? About mime techniques. It's important that you warm up your body like this. You stretch your shoulders like this. You stretch them forward. Rotate them forward. Rotate them backward. Side to side. Oh, wow. How do we do that? Let me show you the steps. Next, you move your head side to side. It looks like the ear is touching each palm. But I want to caution, don't move your hands like this. That's the easy way. You need to work. Move your head side to side. And the secret is don't keep your torso tight. You move like this. Now move in a circle. And if you were going to write, for example, my name Maxime, I would move my head in this position like I'm writing the letters, M-A-X-I-M. That's cool. And you can do any shape, a circle, a square, like this. Okay? Or an infinity symbol, like this. Or rotate it. Okay, much better now. Okay, so the next thing is face expressions, okay? We'll try to do a really big face like this, or a small, scrunched up face. Big. Hi. We're scrunched up. Hey. You can see the difference from big, like this, waving your hand, or all scrunched up and wave your hand in a small motion. Hi, hi, big, hi, hi, hey. Okay, big, small, big, scrunched up. Now, next we're going to do the rubber face, like this. Now what I just showed you, this is really good when you're showing that your face is up against a wall or a window. Okay, let's practice. Okay, the next thing in Mime, it's a very famous technique on showing, wiping your face to show different expressions, like this, and removing it. You start with a neutral face, no expression, and then you swipe down and swipe up to remove it. It's important that you don't already show the expression as you're swiping downward. It looks like an illusion when you do it the right way. Uh-oh, something's wrong, I'm stuck. I can't get it unstuck. Hold on. Ah! Wow, I took it off. Finally. Now, two-face, two masks. One is sad. Okay. The other one, oh, it's happy. Now you got two. Sad, happy. Now try to do it fast, alternating. Sad, happy. All right. Next, one thing that's quite popular is the hands up against a wall or a window. First you need to warm up. Warm up your hands. Move them like this. Bend your arms, your hands like this. Ah, feel it. Most mime artists are very, very flexible. They're able to move and control their body, and through that you're able to show more expression and whatnot. It's important that you work out and keep in shape and keep that flexibility. Here you go, moving your hands, opening your fingers like this. Keep them flat. So when you're doing something up against a wall, it shouldn't be closed fingers. You need to have your hands, your fingers spread out to show more impact. Okay? When you have your hand up against, you do your hands like this to show you're up against the surface. You're not just touching, but you're actually bending as if you're showing the shape and showing a stop impact with your hand up against the surface. Okay, let me show you. You got a wall in front of you, you pretend, and you're doing this. Keep pushing. Oh no, it's pushing back. Ugh, I'm stuck. Okay. So when you're doing that, it's important you have your palm open and flat, touching the surface. Oh no, it's a hard surface. Ah, I'm trying to get out. Oh, my face is up against the surface. Now, one secret is very important. When you're doing this, you can't stop. When you stop, then you lose your surface, your wall or window. So let me show you, for example. the hand stops, but I still have it like it's contacting the surface. I'm still moving. Okay, hopefully that's clear. Same concept with a surface, a table, a floor, a wall, or window. You're showing movement on the floor, or that you're rising up against a fixed surface like this. That's really a neat technique, and it's even hard when you're using objects. Let me show you. Hold on, I think I can open it. Ah. Ah. Uh-oh. Ah! Ugh. Oh. Ouch. Whew. Okay. See you later. Oh. Oh no! Ah! It's pulling me! Ah! That was cool. That's a blend of mime technique and use of props, which is harder because it does have physical size and weight, but it's like an illusion. It looks like it's real. And that's another mime technique, for example, like this. Well, that's cool. Cool, yes. So it's about shape, whether it's a wall. Quite often you'll see in mime use of a window or wall, and you'll see it in 4 steps. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now with the hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So again, you don't do it like this. You're showing the corners. That makes it more clear what you're doing. You can keep working on that at home. And sometimes it's good to use an actual surface, maybe a wood or something like this, for example. Start off this way. Memorize your hand shape and the feel, and then move off of that surface. Alrighty. Now with other shapes, like a ball, for example, what I just showed you earlier, like this. Okay, play with me. Come on, throw back. Oh, okay, you. Ah, oh, wow. Boy, that was hard. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. No. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Now what I just showed you was slow motion. And that's really good for emphasizing motion, details, movement, facial expression. And I had one act, which is my favorite, using a hammer. Take a look. Ouch. What do you think? I know, it was good. Huh. Oh, wow, look at that. Screw, that nail is about this big. Or maybe it's actually this big. Whoa, it was this big. Long, spiraling, pointed tip. Oh, it hurt. Ooh, when I sat down on it. I'm going to take care of it. Just watch me. Ooh. Oh. Ow. Oh. Oh. Ow. Oh. There, I'm done. I did it. Now, let's try again. Oh, I hope it doesn't poke me. See? Whew, it worked. That was funny. Now that showed how you can see pain by slow motion. Now another favorite part of mine is the use of the rope. I'm sure you're all familiar with this. And technique is important. And we'll count. I'll show you. 1, 2. Make sure you pull in a motion like this. 3. Keep your arms still and then pull. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And same with the other way. Now, one important thing is when you do this 1, 2, pull, and your one hand is loose. Be careful. You do it this way. You move your hands in order to grab it. Oh no, it's pulling me. Ah! Now how did I do that? Let me show you. So when you pull, you show that you're being pulled by lifting your one leg and foot off the ground, like this. And that's how it works. Watch again. All right. Now it's amazing about mime techniques, the movement, the flexibility. It makes it more interesting and exciting for you all watching. Okay, let's see. What is next? Leaning, like this. Now, it's important that you use the full body like this. Again, you count to 4. The only time you don't count to 4 is with walking. That is a 3-step process. But the other techniques are 4 steps. 1, 2, and your body leans like this. 3, 4. 4 is this. You don't have your hand stiff. You slap it and it moves loosely. So let me show it again. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? And same idea that you're leaning up against the wall. That's how it's done. Now, if you're leaning forward, it looks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then back like this, leaning back. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not that easy, but you have to bend and warm up so you can do it going backwards like this. Stretching and bending. This helps you to be more mobile and flexible. Now, for walking, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Forward, up, and back. Forward, up, and back. Now notice the difference. When I'm doing facing the side profile, my feet are directly in front. But when I'm walking forward, the feet are at an angle. Notice, they're at an angle. They're not walking straight in front of me. But then when I turn to the side, they're walking straight in front of me. Same thing, when I'm turned back like this, notice the feet are not straight forward. They're slanted outward. And you can show if you're more tired, going slow. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you're even more tired, you're walking like this. Or if you're like walking on an incline up a hill. Oh, some have asked me about how to do the moonwalk. You know what Michael Jackson is famous for doing, the moonwalk? Let me show you. Let me do it one more time. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ah, that was great. That's the cool thing about Mime, and I wish I can go into more detail with you, but time has run out. Wow. Well, thank you. Take care. The important thing is that you all be healthy and safe, And never give up. And always continue to be positive. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Out cheeses, out meats, out supremes, out crusts, or out stuffs the Hut. Because when it comes to making your favorites, no one out-pizzas the Hut.
At RIT's National Technical Institute for the Deaf, we are scientists, innovators, athletes, problem solvers, performers, researchers, creators, doers, and makers. We are unique. More than 1,100 deaf and hard of hearing students creating and collaborating alongside 18,000 hearing students on the most accessible campus in the world. 135,000 alumni strong, including nearly 9,000 deaf and hard of hearing graduates worldwide, creating the most powerful, successful network of deaf and hard of hearing professionals in the world. Coming to RIT is about getting access to opportunities and people who will support you and challenge you to be your best, and where you'll be moved to discover more about yourself than you ever knew. It's about getting experiences that will shape you and take you where you want to go.
Audience, thank you so much for watching San Diego Virtual DEAFestival. We are so excited to have you here. Now it's my turn. You're going to be watching 3 of my videos for your watching pleasure and your entertainment.
No subtitles? How do you not have subtitles? I guess I'll just look at the sky. I didn't see you there. What did you say? Oh, drinks. I will have... No, hey. You gotta look at me. Look at my lips. Hey. I would like... No, look at my lips. Coke. Oh. He wants a Coke. Thank you. Look. No, Abe, it's for you. That's him. No, thank you. Let's go. You know what? I'll take it. Move. Come with me. Hey, Mom. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Okay, we'll be here. I'll be back here, okay? Bye. Baggage 2 has moved to baggage 17. I repeat, baggage 2 to baggage 17. Thank you. Where is everyone? We've got all our bags, but something is missing. Where's Abe? Abe! You forgot about me? Or what? No, they changed the baggage claim number. Of course, the speakers. See, I don't hear that. You know what? I'm going to write a letter to the airplane company. And I'm going to tell them to improve accessibility for the people with disabilities. Mom, you don't have to do that. It's not fair. They need to know how to communicate with you. Like they will listen. Forget it. They have to. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Mother, we need to buy the lotion ASAP. Mommy. My skin is drying, Mother. I'm not kidding. Mommy. Let's go. Time to eat. Let's go. I'm hungry. I'm hungry as well. Sí, vamos. Vacation time. Hello, it's me again. Have you ever had a terrible experience with DST? Now, what does that stand for? Deaf Standard Time? Like this? I know, they're really cute. Wait. Oof! I was supposed to leave 2 hours ago. Oh, DST! How awful. You wasted your time, right? Whew, but don't worry, we have an amazing product for you. It is called Zap, DST. This is a very unique product that will definitely remind you to stop the DST. How? By zapping you. Now you have 5 minutes to chat. I know, right? Oh, I've got to go. My Zap DST says time's up. What's so cool about this? Every time you ignore the zaps, it will increase the voltage to remind you with more tough love. Guess who I busted making out? Ugh. Oh, my cat can wait for another hour. That was cute. Wow, I didn't realize it gets much worse. It's cool. And the last nice thing about this, don't worry, the zaps won't stop until you get out of that 1 mile radius. 1 mile? And that's how I stay fit. Buy now before it's sold out.
Thank you for watching our videos. Hope you enjoyed them. Thank you so much for your support for Deafies in Drag and San Diego Virtual Deaf Festival. Love to everybody.
Hello, my name is Jon Savage, and for this presentation I will be focusing on art. Before I delve into that topic, I want to introduce myself a bit. I'm a deaf individual. I grew up with hearing parents. My mother was a hairstylist, an artist, and my father was a photographer and videographer, and they had a great influence on my creativity and my imagination. But I didn't begin with art. I acquired that later. I've moved around a bit in California and have settled here in San Diego, California, where I have lived here for over 35 years. San Diego is a beautiful place to live, and I've gained a lot of knowledge and experience through my journey here. I have learned the importance of art and my story, and I hope to share it with you to your benefit. So I want to talk a bit about interests and liking things and how do you build on those. So it's important to recognize the influence that has been imparted upon our lives, and these have been great influences on me. Beginning with MTV, my first time seeing MTV was in the mid-80s. And at that time I was not really enthralled in the music, but rather I was fascinated with seeing the editing, camera work, use of color, and so forth. Seeing the rhythm and editing process of the video, and that has always been a lifelong obsession of mine. So my interests have changed, but that remains a strong influence on me even to this day. Next to that, you can see a picture of a very old video camera. My father had one like this, and at the time it was very expensive. So when I began using a video camera, I realized the difficulty of the editing process, because at that time we were using VCR technology. One day my father got a used VCR and used that in conjunction to the one the family already had, where we would put a video in one and a blank tape in another, where the original one would play the video we created and we would record on the new one. But that editing process was very cumbersome and very difficult. And editing today is different, but that influence remains. The other influence is camera work. My father was a professional photographer, and he taught me a little bit. But when I had the chance to observe print photography, I noticed the importance of lens work and the importance of lighting for photography. The various different types of lighting, sunrise, sunset, and the adjustments and those lighting that can be made and the way that they impact a picture. And then of course we are influenced by famous artists in our time. A lot of times we have the chance to observe beautiful art, but in museums you often see plaques that discuss the artist and the reasons for making the painting, and that had a powerful influence on changing my perception of art. So now I'm able to acknowledge that really all art has a story. When art is made during wonderful or tumultuous times, and everything in between, all of that is imparted upon the painting and reflected back to us, and we see the narrative of that story through the art. And that has had a really profound impact on me. Of course, it has inspired me and increased my enjoyment and fascination with art as a medium, and I've internalized all of those influences, and they've made me the artist that I am today. So I have also taken formal art training and classes out of curiosity. So here we have a person on a surfboard. This is art done with colored pencil that I did in a high school art class. I will never forget the story behind this art and the inspiration that was instilled upon me. We had gone through the course throughout the semester where we instructed and lectured on art. But as we neared the end of the semester, the teacher said, okay, I'd like everyone to make a piece of art about something that you've seen in real life, but I want your picture to depart from reality in some way. And I thought, okay, I will just go ahead and draw something. And once I completed it, I brought it to the teacher, and she asked me, okay, where is the departure from reality? And I thought, okay, well, I have that in my picture. For one, the surfer had no mohawk. Secondly, the surfboard should be more vertical, but I played with the angle of the surfboard and made it more horizontal. Thirdly, it's a skeleton riding the surfboard, which of course wasn't there originally. And then the wave was blue in real life, but I changed it to a green color. So I explained all of that to the teacher, and the next thing the teacher said was powerful. They said, well, this is now original. I really dwelt on that word, original, and recognized the power behind it. Because by that, they meant that it's not something that's taken from real life, something that's copied or reproduced. And that idea has stayed with me since high school. And if you make art as a hobby, it can be great to reduplicate art and things that you've seen, but if you're ever looking to elevate your art and practice art making, you must, again, find your original art. The next thing I'd like to talk about is YouTube. You know, growing up, I had ideas about how different ways I could express my art, but expressing them on TV is a very expensive process, so I had reservations about that. But in the year 2006, I learned about YouTube. And what stuck out in my mind is first is that YouTube is a free platform where, you can upload videos for free. Secondly, I realized I already had a digital camera. I originally bought that camera to take pictures, but I realized it did indeed have a video setting on it where I could take videos. And I already had a PC at my disposal. Back in the day, Microsoft came with a free movie maker, which was a free and simple software where you could edit videos. And I thought, okay, all I have to do is plug in my digital camera to the PC and see my video and the videos that I had taken. And from there, I would be able to splice and edit them, to recombine them in various different ways. And at that time, really, I thought how remarkably easier and accessible it was as compared to the VCR days, where everything can be done right through the PC. So from there, I thought, okay, I can simply upload and post videos that I make on YouTube. In the picture next to me, you can see the one like, which was incredibly inspirational to me, because that one like represents someone that I don't know, a stranger to me, but that stranger liked my video. And I have been using video on YouTube as a platform ever since. And you can do your own math if you're curious to know how long that has been. So I'd like to take a moment to discuss the importance of color. So back in high school, I took a commercial art course. And there we learned and focused about how to get and keep someone's attention. And I will elaborate a bit on that, but we did also dwell on color theory, and that had a very strong impact on me, because ever since I learned about the principles of color, I have seen the power of it in various different print media and digital media all around me. Just the use of color in a logo, the use of font, and all of those things could catch your eye's attention in an instant. And that has also had a strong influence on me in my art making. So when I paint, the use of color is critically important. I typically will start with a color palette of about 8 colors. And those colors, when combined and recombined, kind of make their own story. So let's start with discussing the color green. Green is a great color to start with because it represents newness, freshness. So seeing green grass, the green of a tree, the green of a salad, those things give you a wonderful sense of newness and freshness. If you were to see a person in a green outfit, whether it be green fatigues, that it might invoke ideas of sharpness, uniformity of movement and shape. Now for the color blue, we see blueness in the sky, we see blue in water, and that invokes a feeling of calmness, of peace, of at ease. It can give a feeling of coolness or coldness. So temperature itself has its own rules pertaining to color. For example, between a green-blue spectrum, you can play with a mixture of green, of newness and coldness and freshness. If your art has a lot of blue in it, it might invoke a feeling of cold. So on a hot day, you see a picture with a lot of blue, it might invoke feelings of being in an air-conditioned room or diving into a pool. But imagine it's a cold day, you might be a little turned off by seeing the blueness and coldness of a picture. So it's interesting, that interplay. Now for the color teal, which is a favorite color of mine. Teal is a very intuitive color. It's kind of a marriage, an in-between between cold and fresh. It's a color of knowledge, of developing experience, of growing, of unity, of awareness, of community, family, relationships. So when I incorporate the color teal, I mean, of course it's a favorite of mine as a deaf person. In my day-to-day life, there's certainly not a lot of deaf people that I run into. And when I do, it's a cherished moment where I have an opportunity to connect with someone on a very deep level and enjoy their company. And that's something I really cherish. So again, I can invoke that feeling with the color teal. Now for the color purple. Purple is a color I use very sparingly in art because it is such a rich color. And it can be easy to overdo. But in moderation and in sparse amounts, purple can be a really beautiful color to use. It invokes feelings of loyalty, of honor, like a purple heart, a purple sash. Purple represents difficulty and scarcity to acquire. Vegetables come in a whole gamut of different colors, but very few of them are purple, and the same is true for fruit. So again, the color purple represents rarity, scarcity, and value. Also loyalty, care, wisdom. So, it's a color I'm enamored with, certainly. Now for the color pink, often the topic of pink can be quagmired between, well, red or pink. So I'd like to create a distinction between the two. Pink is a color of softness, and oftentimes people associate the color pink with girls, but I have to take a stand and disagree with that. Pink is the color of love, of which men are capable of having and expressing love. So pink is a color of love beyond gender, but also represents fluffiness, softness. Imagine coming home with pink in your environment, maybe a pink pillow or something like that. Or perhaps you have white socks. You throw something red in the wash, they come out pink. You can be upset by that, or you can just laugh it off and be like, well, now I have a pair of pink socks. So now red. I've always been fascinated with the color red because of its strength and the passion invoked by the color. Think of red lipstick, a red dress, a red convertible car, or red, the color of blood. Oftentimes we see a red heart and we think that that represents love. But I feel like it's a misnomer, a bit of a deception, because red on a heart doesn't represent love generally, but rather a passionate love. So if you were to put pink in a heart, it represent a softer love, but a red heart is a really passionate, intense kind of love. Now for orange. Orange represents kind of a brightness, an excitement, and energy. Think of orange juice. Something vivacious, something with energy. We typically would think of like stoplights, And typically we think there's red, yellow, and green, although that yellow is often more of an orange, because it evokes that feeling of us to either hurry up and get through this through the crosswalk. So seeing someone dressed in orange, like a football team with orange jerseys, evokes that feeling of a readiness for the game. Now for yellow, yellowness typically invokes feelings of happiness, of sunshine, which itself has a lot of energy. Like a VW bug painted in yellow. And again, you see it and it just evokes a happy, kind of giggly feeling. So I take a moment to explain these different color theories, to discuss how they're created and put in unison, whether they be photography or paint. But incorporated, they create their own message. Now you might notice a pattern, of which I discussed yellow as the last one. And if you think about the landscape and earth, where green and water are the earth, and then you move up to yellow for the sun, there's a common theme here. So you might have noticed that my art throughout the day and over my life has kind of used the idea of incorporating stripes. And I do that intentionally, because if you were to stand on the earth and look around you, you'll realize that the earth itself is spinning in a way that we don't ever notice. So essentially that means everything is moving, and if you envision that movement, you begin to see the stripes as things move horizontally through space. Imagine a picture, an image blur. You'll see those stripes. And that's an important concept, because with people or pets or anything, it's a way to capture attention by utilizing stripes. And it can create a connection back to the earth as we move around the earth. Or excuse me, as the earth moves around in space. That's ultimately why stripes demonstrate the emotion of life. Now for spray paint and other paint mediums, I really have a personal fascination and love for using spray paint. You have a connection with the can and the canvas. I've always enjoyed using that. You can certainly use razor tape and other mechanisms to get really fine, sharp lines in the painting, which itself it can be a laborious effort, which some people may not be interested in. But I would recall, getting a canvas and painting the canvas one uniform color to begin with, and I didn't really feel a strong connection with that piece of canvas. So from then I began exploring using spray paint as a medium, and just the control of it, being able to get closer or farther away with the spray can. I felt I was able to really get invested and involved immediately in the art that I was making. Of course, in the beginning I wasn't satisfied. I would learn different techniques in order to use both spray paint and brush paint in the same piece of art. But that connection, that interest was certainly there. As no ideas would come to mind, I would get many, many ideas, kind of formulate a queue in my mind of different art that I'd want to make and that I'd be able to create. Using video as an art mechanism or art medium, both camera, video camera, and paint, I was interested in incorporating the three. And I certainly enjoyed that because video cameras, back in the 2000s, I learned basic editing process, and little by little I was able to learn. I did go to school where I studied video editing, software platforms, and so forth. And we all evoke different images in our mind of things that we would like to create, but sometimes we wonder about the application and how we actually create that art through technology. But through video, I was able to explore and create that art. Now video becomes print, and that's especially fascinating for me. You can kind of see this here. So when I began really doing everything that I just spoke on, internalized, and now I'm able to, share this information with you. So now the question is, what art do you want to make and what stories do you want to tell? So I would start with contemporary art. So as those ideas of things you'd like to create come into your mind, and you're seeing things in your environment, and drawing inspiration on that, capture that, and you can express it through paint. As opposed to looking back or looking into the future, seize on the moment and what's around you in the here and now, and begin with that. That's the essence of contemporary art. I've always enjoyed the story element of art. I'm especially interested in the stories that you have to say. And how your stories and your art intermingle and become an expression of that story. Now there may be a particular picture or something that you cherish very much, and it'd be interesting to explore those ideas and your emotional attachment to that, to explore your favorite colors, what those colors mean to you, and then to create that art. Oftentimes we have feelings where we look at the artist or we look at kind of the skill. We might have some familiarity with the art, but moving past that, I would be more interested in having you explore your own story, the reason behind some of this art. And to find enjoyment in the exploration of that artistic process. Sometimes it can just start with conversation with the artist. And you may realize that the intention was, an entire departure from what you were expecting or what you saw the first time you took a look at the art. So I'd encourage you to look at art holistically. So now that you've had a chance to view my presentation, I hope you understand the importance. And I hope that you're inspired to go to museums, go to a friend's house, or really anywhere art can be found through print, magazines, and other explorations, and to consider art. Thank you so much for viewing my presentation.
I'm hungry.
Me too, but I'm more hungry.
You two are always hungry.
Mm-hmm. I have decided to send Jack into the city. He's going to sell some eggs and bring back a lot of food for tonight. Are you nervous?
Oh no. Me nervous?
Going into the city alone?
Oh no. I'm excited. I can't wait to go out into the world and prove that I'm a man.
I understand, and I'm proud of you. I know you are strong and brave, but it's important to know what to do. Mixing with those city people to sell eggs and buy food?
I know. I'll sell the eggs like they're gold. Later.
Bye.
What is it? What's going on?
It's not just the eggs. You need to sell the chickens, too.
Sell the chickens?
Uh-huh.
No. Serious?
I am serious.
But just look at them. They're so cute.
Oh, I know. It breaks my heart to sell them. But I have to take care of our family first. I know it's tough.
Okay. I'll try the best I can and bring back a big feast. When I get back, what do I tell my brother and sister when I have no chickens?
Use your imagination. You'll think up a story.
Oh, hey! Hello. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, what's with the frown? Why such a sad face, huh?
It's a long story.
I get it. One of those days, huh?
One of those days, yeah.
Even on one of those days, wonderful things can happen. That's right.
Guess that's true.
Look at me. Huh? Believe it or not, I can turn all this trash into gold. Yep.
Wow, you can do that? Hey, so this trash will become gold? What do you mean?
I change it with recycling. That's my special magic.
Magic?
I see you have something special of your own. Those chickens.
Yes, but they can't be recycled for money. They're too valuable. Impossible.
I see for you, those special chickens are precious. They are like life itself. So, the price would have to be something even more valuable.
Like what?
Oh. Oh. Huh? See?
Whoa!
Up.
Wow. Hey, are those beans actually magic?
Magic beans! Oh!
Whoa!
I will give you these magic beans for those chickens of yours. All 3.
Really?
I promise you, they'll go to a beautiful farm in the foothills.
But what about hawks that can swoop down and carry them away? Or raccoons that could attack them? Does the farm have those?
Don't worry. There are trees with plenty of shade where chickens can roam around. And there's a chicken coop surrounded by a big fence. It's perfectly safe. There's no need to worry.
All right. Bye.
There you go. Thank you.
Oh, and thank you.
Don't mention it. Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Uh-huh.
Oh, you're back so fast. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you lose the chickens?
Oh, no. The chickens are fine, perfectly fine. They'll live on a big farm with a cool shade tree. And the chickens will play all day. How about that? Now I'll show you something so shocking your jaw will drop.
Yes?
Just wait.
What's that?
They're magic. Magic beans.
Huh?
3. 1, 2, 3. See?
These? Oh, that man fooled you. Now what will we do? Thanks to you, we've given away everything we have. What will we eat tonight? Old bread and 1 egg. That's it.
But the man told me those beans are lucky.
You go to your room, now. Go!
Whoa. Wow. Oh, hey. Come on. Look.
Oh. See, Mom? I told you! With these 3 magic beans, we're sure to succeed. No matter what happens, I must follow this all the way up, wherever it leads. Oh, don't look down. I am so afraid of heights. I can go higher. I can. Don't look down. Don't look. Oh, no. Smog. A thick, awful layer of smog. Oh. Well, there's LA. That was a close one. I can't breathe. I better go even higher up.
No. Oh, no, not another one.
Whoa. You're so tall.
And you are so small, I could gobble you up in one bite.
Gobble me up? You're not going to eat me, are you?
Oh, no, not me, but my husband will, yes.
Oh.
And if you don't leave right now, you could become one of his appetizers.
Your husband, does he ever skip appetizers?
Never. No.
Oh.
It's him. He's coming right now.
Right now? You have to help me.
Yes. Go, hide in there.
Oh, thank you.
I smell the blood of an Englishman. No, it's different. An American.
I don't know what you're talking about. I smell nothing.
But...
Maybe it's last night's soup. It had several Englishmen, but no American. Remember, dear, tonight you're having leftover soup for dinner, right?
Again? Leftovers? Leftovers? Always with the leftovers. I work all day being monstrous and you, home, twiddling your thumbs. Put a pan on the fire. Cook. Leftovers. Go! Get in the kitchen! Oh, look at you. You're perfect. My wife, not so much. But I think you can do a little better. This is average. Come on, let me see more. What, are you scared? I want more gold now! If I don't see some eggs, you're going into the oven. Instead of leftovers, I'll be eating chicken. Is that what you want? Is it? Good job! More!
Here's your drink, dear. You've been working so hard. Pillaging villages and eating all those small Englishmen.
That's right.
You need a break.
True. People don't understand how hard I work. Thank you. Now run along. Go. Yep. One, two, three.
Okay, I've done all I can to help you, but now you are on your own.
Three.
I have put up with him for too long, but no more. I'm leaving.
Thank you for all that you've done for me. I'll meet you at the beanstalk really soon. Huh?
Okay, I'll meet you there by the beanstalk then. Good luck.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can you please put me down on the floor?
Okay.
What?
Let's see. 2, 3, 1. How many?
Thank you.
Gold.
Whoa! You look just like my favorite chicken.
I do smell the blood of an American. Hey, you! That's my chicken! Mine! Mine! If I catch you, I'll wring your neck!
Oh, you're too slow.
What? You stole the giant's magic chicken? Oh no!
Hurry! Here he comes! Go, go! Hey, what happened?
The sky is so blue and clean.
Hey, the giant's factory, it caused horrible, dirty pollution. And now, the sky is clear. So clear.
Beautiful sky.
Watch what this chicken can do.
Oh, what a mess!
Wow! Whoa! What's up? Oh, thank you. The magic beans helped me catch that giant. He is awfully greedy and caused so much damage with his terrible pollution.
He is mean. And he's always making a mess.
You are right. My wife is right.
Is this a trick?
Well...
What happened? Did you hit your head when you tumbled to the ground? Huh?
As I fell, My whole life flashed before my eyes, and I saw all the awful, mean, and bad things I had done like a movie. I was so sorry that I promised to be a better giant. Then I hit the ground. I found myself here, seeing all the bad things I have caused. How can I help? How?
Hey, I know. Why don't we all gather up scraps of metal, recycle it, and then we'll be green?
Yeah.
Do you have any magic beans left?
As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
I have an idea. If we plant the beans, the beanstalks will make clean air and we'll all breathe easier. Plus, the beans can feed a lot of people, so they'll have full bellies. What do you think?
Deal.
All right.
Yes! Oh, I'm proud of you. You're brave and work so hard.
Uh-huh.
Yeah!
Fun signs!
Yeah! Fun signs! Yeah!
Thank you. Eggs. Huh? Oh, I know. Eggs.
Eggs.
Eggs. Yeah.
Chicken.
Chicken. Yeah. Gold, huh? How about you, huh?
Gold. I love gold.
Gold. Gold.
Hungry.
Food. You know.
Food.
Yeah.
Food.
Food.
Imagination.
Oh, wow. Beanstalk.
Beanstalk.
Fun signs.
Brothers and sisters always jumping around.
I'm here. Oh. So I'm performing for 25 minutes, so what am I supposed to say? Oh, I don't know. Do I have a story? Actually, no, I don't have a story right now. I'm kind of empty. Oh, well, my name. My name is Monique Holt, and my name sign is N on the chin, or M on the chin. Oh my gosh, you guys are asking me so many questions. Why is it M on the chin? Okay, so when my family gave me that sign name, and why did they give me that sign name? I don't know. You know, my family is deaf, you know, but I know you don't know that yet. You haven't met them. So I have a deaf family. It's not generationally deaf. I was adopted at 3. I have one brother that's 6 years older than I am, and he was adopted as well, and we do have a pet. We have one pet. It starts with an F. It's Flipper. And it's a dog. Why are you asking me that? It's not a dolphin. Oh, you're talking about the TV show Flipper. So yeah, I don't know why my family decided to name my dog Flipper. Maybe the dog kept flipping over. I don't know. I don't remember that. I remember him jumping all the time. They probably should have called him Jumper. I don't know. My family's kind of odd. I just want to warn you now, they're not normal. They're Mennonite. They're not Korean. There's Korean or Amish. So this is a sign for Korea, and this is a sign for Amish. They're different. You know, I am Korean. I'm adopted, and I was from Seoul, and I was born there in South Korea. I'm not Amish. So yeah. So I stayed there until I was about 3 years old. You know, actually, I really don't know my own age. I mean, how do I know that I'm 3? I don't know. The paper told me that I'm 3. And so I do remember one thing. It was a weird Korean doctor that approached me, and, you know, he took a look, and he asked the cop where I was from, and the cop said they found me at the farmer's market, and nobody came to retrieve me, so the cops brought me here. So the doctor checked me out, looked at my eyes, ears, mouth, and checked me up all over, and then checked out my teeth, counted all my teeth. And so, you know, back then I didn't understand, but now I do. But evidently back in the day, you know, when you're born, your skull is not welded together, but as you get older, it does come together. And so that's how they determine a child's age and also the number of teeth. So really, I mean, they were able to figure it out and say, oh yes, your birthday is June 30th, whatever year. I mean, did they determine that? No, actually, when I was born when I was admitted into the orphanage was June 30th, so that's how they determined my age, you know. So anyways, okay, I'm trying to remember here. Yes, so I did stay at the orphanage. Gosh, I don't know if I was 3, maybe 1.5, 2.5, I don't know, I don't remember, I'm sorry. You know, so I was at the orphanage, and there were lots of children. There were maybe 4 older children that helped feed all of us and clothe us. And I do remember that, you know, we could go outside in the backyard, and there was a fence, and there was a white duck. And I remember, you know, my short little self, you know, I was walking in the backyard, and I saw the duck, and the duck was looking at me. So I looked at the duck. You know, good thing there was a fence there, but so I was walking along the fence, and the duck followed me, you know. So I didn't know anything about ducks, so I stuck my finger through the fence, and the duck bit my finger. Oh my gosh, I cried so hard. I was so shocked. I had no idea that ducks have teeth. Did you know that? Now you know. So do not stick your finger in a duck's mouth. It was horrible. We were the same height, and I did not expect that. Let's see, I also remember when it was time to eat, there was a long table and the long benches, and I didn't know where I was supposed to sit, so I sat on the smaller bench, and I thought, oh, okay, this is perfect for me, because I'm short, you know, but I couldn't touch the ground, you know, but I just sat there and waited, and they set up glass cups or paper cups. Sorry. So they had these little cups, but they didn't fill them up all the way, so, you know, I drank it all. And then they gave me this bowl with some white stuff inside of it, and I ate it. And then afterwards I went and played, and then I just kind of sat there and played by myself. And then I also remember there was a lady who took care of us. I think we called her Bobo. You know, she took care of all of us kids, and she brought this big box, this big white box from USA, and I had no idea where that was from. You know, I was little, I didn't know what was going on. And so she opened up the box and was like, hey, hey, hey. And somebody was talking, and I was like, I don't know what she's saying. And everybody gathered around, they're really excited, you know. And it's a good thing we were all the same height, otherwise I would have missed everything. So they grabbed something out of the box, and I had no idea what it was. And I was just like, okay. And the kids were raising their hands, and she handed it to one of the children, and they pulled out another thing from the box, and I didn't know what it was. And so the kids were raising their hands and wanting the item that they pulled out of the box. And then they pulled out this red little thing with white bristles on it. And I thought, oh my gosh, I know what that is. That's a toothbrush. Oh, I want that. And I raised my hand, I tried to run for it and grab it, and I don't really remember if I actually grabbed it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sick of my laptop. It keeps going off on me. Okay, anyways, are you awake? Are you awake? Hello? Okay, all right, so let's see, that's what I remembered. Let's see, what else? I didn't understand that I had a family. I just understood that I just had a bunch of people surrounding me, but it was really strange. They gave me a box with some clothes, and they cut my hair, and they took a picture of me from all different angles. I had no idea why they were doing this. I didn't know if I was going to jail. I didn't know if I did something bad, but I just went along with it. Then they gave me this baby doll. It was like a little girl with yellow pigtails, and with, a dress had a bunch of little pockets. It had a straw, an iron, like a donut, and a bunch of weird stuff in the pockets. I don't know. And we took it apart, and then we were naked. No, wait, no, I wasn't naked. I had a shirt on. No, that's private. Yes, no, I had clothes on. So I remember that. And then I did there was a piece of paper that I had to put all my fingerprints on. We sent that off, and I have no idea why that happened. But then somebody gave me some clothes to put on. I didn't know what they were, but I went ahead and put them on. And they said, hey, come with me. And Asian people usually, hey, come this way. And so, I was short, and I was trying to run along. And so many people were passing by. Next thing you know, I was sitting on a plane. There was a weird guy standing there waving at me, and I looked like, okay, hi. And so I had little braids. I remember little braids. I don't know, I was just sitting there waiting. And then finally the plane took off. And so then I was just sitting there. It just felt like it took forever. I fell asleep, woke up, fell asleep, woke back up. And some lady nudged me and started talking to me, and I had no idea what she was saying. And the other gentleman was like, hey, yes, this, that, and whatever. I had no idea what they were talking about. And so then they brought me a cup with water in it. It was different than what I had before. And then I had a bowl with green stuff in it. So I drank the water and ate the sandwich that they gave me. And actually it was lettuce. And so I guess I thought I was a rabbit. So I guess rabbits eat lettuce and water. So they must think I'm from the rabbit family. Like the Chinese horoscope, they have the rabbit on the horoscope, but my horoscope is not a rabbit. I'm a lamb. So, I guess I look like a lamb. So I'm not a rabbit, I'm a lamb. So I wonder what lambs eat. Anyways, I'm digressing. So as the plane was landing, we were flying over the Statue of Liberty. And then eventually we landed, the door opened, I waited for everybody to get off the plane, and they just told me to wait. And they kept talking to me, and I had no idea what they were saying. So I just sat there patiently waiting, and they picked me up. And I thought, okay, all right. And they were carrying me along. And they grabbed the doll with the little braids and the pockets with all the stuff in it. And so I thought, okay, this is mine. Held on to that. And we walked out into an area with lots of people. It smelled really funny. And then another gentleman approached me, grabbed me, kind of scared me. I ended up urinating all over. And my shoes fell off. I was really scared, and they were carrying me along. And then another lady approached, and then another lady, and a little boy approached. And I thought, oh my gosh, who are these? I had all these people approaching me. And I realized it was my new family. And we were in New York. And so now, let's talk about my parents. So my father and my mother, first of all, my mother, she has 17 siblings. My mother was the 16th child. And the last girl, and the 17th was my uncle. My mom's deaf. Were they all deaf? No, only 4 of them were deaf. The 4th one, my uncle was deaf, my aunt's deaf, and then the other one, I'm not sure. And the rest of them, my parents are hearing as well. And her father was from Germany, and her mother was from Switzerland. And they met in Pennsylvania. Oh, and I love their story. I love my parents' story. Or her parents' story. And he only spoke German. He tried to learn English, and he kept trying to learn, and then he moved over to America in the 20s. And, the family lived very comfortably. So my mother had a sister, and they lived on the farm. So my father was looking for some farm work, and he found some. And he was able to stay in the area for about a year. And right next door was where my mother lived, and she was 14. And so my father saw my mother and thought, oh, wow, she's beautiful. How do I meet her? And so he worked on his English, wrote a letter, and mailed it off to my mother. And yeah, I know, it was really weird. I mean, the houses were right next door to each other, and he wrote a letter and sent it off right next door. Why didn't they just like walk next door and hand it off? But that, that was what they did back in the day. So they mailed letters to each other for about 2 years, and then my father went over and approached her and asked if they could get married. I think they were about 16 years old, and so then they ended up having 17 children. And then my father, he was from Lynchburg, Virginia. Really interesting. His father was in the military. He went to war. And his mother was a secretary for an asylum. It was really interesting. That asylum was called a mental hospital back in the day. And right across the street was a Virginia school for the deaf and blind. And it was a really fascinating story. And so his mother was a secretary who could type 100 words per minute. Hello, wake up, are you awake? Come on, wake up. Okay, anyways, all right. Oh, what was I talking about? Okay, so she could type 100 words per minute. I'm sure she probably had smoke coming out of the machine. It was crazy. So I'm sure back in the day if they had a typing contest, oh, she would have won for sure. So fascinating story. I know I'm kind of all over the place, but this is about my grandmother. So my grandmother was an orphan just like me. And so, eventually she got a job at the asylum. And so as she was working, she needed to go to personnel to find out some information, something in regards to payroll. But then she saw this lady, the warden, and, at that asylum it has 4 different floors. The first floor, all the patients were mild, moderate. Second one, they had some serious problems. Third, a little more severe. And the fourth was pretty intense. They were definitely mental. They were crazy. You didn't want to meet anybody. It was over for you if you approached somebody from that floor, So anyways, so there was a lady that worked on the 2nd or 3rd floor, and sometimes you would see her, and she'd have a black eye, and it was because one of the patients would get angry and end up, hitting her, and I guess that was a job hazard, so she accepted the job. But then my grandmother was like, wait a minute, and realized that was her mother, and that she gave her up for adoption. So she met a guy in the military, and he did not want to have children. Oh, but, her mom got pregnant, and, ended up having my father. But then she got pregnant again, and it was supposed to be a girl. And the father was like, oh, no, no, no. They went to the doctor, and they said, oh, no, if you end up having the child, you will die because there was some kind of complications. If you do abort the child, you'll be able to live and raise your first child. Back in the day, it was illegal, but they went ahead and aborted it because it was what they needed to do. And that was like in 1938, so that happened quite a while ago. So my father was born hearing, and then he lost his hearing at 7 years old because of scarlet fever. He noticed that he was starting to lose his hearing and not be able to communicate. And so my mother had a brother, and they were really close. The brother got married, and he really wanted to have children, but they couldn't have children. But, my father was like their adopted son pretty much. They took him out everywhere. They traveled around. They had a great time. Kind of like their son almost. And then they did notice that he was having a hard time communicating, and they were trying to still get him to speak, but they realized, oh no, we need to send him off to the residential deaf school. And so, my dad had no idea how to sign. He was just really nervous when he got there. He showed signs of having to use the bathroom, and then he realized, like, oh, this sign is for bathroom. And so after that, he started learning sign language and picked it right up and became fluent. But my grandmother never learned sign language, but she did believe that the Virginia School for the Deaf was the best place for him. So often while my grandmother was working and new patients were going through intake, and she realized that they weren't supposed to be there and they should go somewhere else, she would, call my father, who was 12 or 13 years old, would come and interpret. And they would realize that, the patient didn't know sign language. So sometimes they would send them into the mental institute because they didn't want to have to take care of them. Sometimes it was just too late, and sometimes they were able to get the patients into the residential school, but, it wasn't always successful. So after a while, my father did graduate. They weren't really sure if they wanted to stay in Virginia. They kept having problems. I kept dealing with racism. And one time, my father got onto the bus. The bus was completely full. He went all the way to the back, and he saw an empty seat, so he went ahead and sat down. But the bus wouldn't move. And so everybody was staring at my father. And so the bus driver gave my father the stink eye, and then they realized, like, oh, that he was sitting next to a black woman. So my father said, okay, and stood up, and then the bus started to move. So that's when my father realized that there was racism. You know, there's the deaf community there, but he's not really sure about what to do. You know, he graduated from high school, but he did know that there's a deaf community in Pennsylvania, Mennonite community. So my father sent a letter to the church that has deaf services, and the pastor's hearing, but his son is deaf. And his son became a pastor as well. So the pastor said, oh yeah, I would love to help you if you're interested in moving over here. So my father thought, okay, great. Let's start as pen pals first. Let's make friends before I move. And so the pastor was like, okay, fine, great. So he went to church on Sunday and told everybody that there's a man in Virginia that would like to make friends, and he's deaf, and he's wondering if anybody would like to be a pen pal. So my mom thought, oh, why not? Yeah, I would like to get his address so that we can start writing letters back and forth. And so the two women sent 2 letters, and my father received both of them. And so he read through the letter and thought, oh, wow, she's really smart and has great vocabulary. Oh, wow, very interesting. Then read the second letter. The letter from my mother was so charming. And so they started writing letters back and forth. So my dad told his mother that I'm going to marry this woman. And my grandmother said, oh, you just read this letter. How do you know that you two are a good fit? And my father said, yes, I want to marry that woman. And so he went ahead and packed up all of his stuff and moved to Pennsylvania. And he stayed with the pastor's son. They had a house with a special room, you know, and so my father helped with the church services. And my father said that he was just getting so annoyed with the newlyweds because they just couldn't keep their hands off each other. But he kept going outside and meeting other people. Hey, wake up, don't fall asleep. It's almost done, I promise. So anyway, my father was getting frustrated because Virginia Sign Language and Pennsylvania Sign Language is different. You know, Virginia Sign Language is more like what you see today with a beautiful ASL, but Pennsylvania, they have a lot of home signs, and they sign really fast, too. You know, my dad, you know, managed to work through it, met my mother, and, you know, they struggled with communication, but then worked through it. And so, you know, they definitely had a crush on each other. And my mother became, like, the deaf interpreter for my father, you know, so she helped my father pick up sign language. You know, it was really funny. You know, my dad's best friend from Virginia came out to visit. And we invited him out to the fellowship at church, and when everybody was eating, passing plates, and so forth. And one lady was like, hey, do you like B? And the best friend was like, I don't know who that is. And my father was like, oh, that's bread. And she was like, oh, okay. You know, so that type of, you know, random signs that you'll see. So that was how my parents met, but it was really funny. You know, my father wanted to have 5 children. He really wanted to start a family. My mom was like, oh, whatever, I don't care. You know, but I grew up with tons of siblings, so it's fine. But, you know, my father was the only child. It was a novelty to have several siblings around, you know, but they kept trying and trying. They just, you know, couldn't get pregnant. They kept trying and trying and trying. And so, oh, yeah, I just jumped ahead. Let me back up here. I'm sorry. So, yes, you know, my father could not ask my mother to marry him directly. So he had to ask her father. They had already been dating for a year. So, you know, my mother's mother can't sign. She can spell. You know, I know. She had 4 deaf children, but she could only spell. So my father signed, you know, may I, you know, marry your daughter? And my grandmother said, no. And my father was like, oh, taken back by it. Why? Well, you're not one of us. My father was like, oh, yeah, that's right. So he went to church and converted from Lutheran to Mennonite. And then my grandmother said, yes, you are blessed and you can marry my daughter. But, you know, she has quite a temper. You know, so my father was like, okay, that's fine. They went ahead and got married. And so let's go jump ahead. So they were trying to have children and then moved to Missouri. Why did they move to Missouri? Because my father wanted to become a pastor and he had to go to Bible college. And so he met another deaf man who wanted to become a pastor as well. He was going to become a missionary for South Korea. And my father was like, why? Why South Korea? And he told him because there are a lot of deaf people who are involved with the church in South Korea. And so he learned something new and thought that was great. You know, he got A's. But, you know, he just really struggled with the funds. You know, he was budgeting and just couldn't make it. You know, he was really having a hard time, so they had to move back to Pennsylvania. So my mother worked at Singing Needle. She, you know, worked at the sewing factory. She made clothing. And so my dad was a printer. And then my father thought, we don't have any children. How about we adopt? My mom said, okay, sure, fine. And so they looked around and they found Holt International. It's very interesting. Holt, you notice Holt? That's my last name as well. And actually that gentleman who set up the company, he was a Christian farmer. He was called to the draft and he went over to South Korea to fight in the war. So when he was in South Korea, he noticed that a lot of military were with some Korean women, and they had biracial children, and that country is very racist. They'll just get rid of the children or kill them. Other than that, really, when you have a girl, it's really expensive because they have the dowry. So they want to get rid of the girls, and they prefer to keep the boys because they can carry on the family name. They just kind of try to cover it up if they do have a girl. So the guy's name, Holt, I don't know his first name, but Holt, yes. And he saw all these children, without parents, and wanted to help them find homes. And so they did set up a bunch of different offices in the USA, and they set one up in Lancaster. So my parents went to Lancaster and spoke with the social worker, and they told them that they're interested in adopting. Again, that was in 1960, and they were open to having deaf parents adopt children. So the social worker asked my parents questions, and my parents said, we want a baby, and we want a little girl. And so that was pretty much it. And they said, oh, well, if they were deaf, would you be okay? And so, my parents never thought about adopting a deaf child. They said, yeah, we do have deaf children that you can adopt. And so they were open to it. And so, back in the day, there weren't TTYs. And so how they were able to call was to rely on their neighbor. And so my father would use the neighbor's phone number. And so they would call the neighbor, and then the neighbor would give my parents the message. They relayed the message and said, you guys can go in and meet the social worker. So they met the social worker, and they had a picture of a 7-year-old boy, a deaf 7-year-old boy, and they saw the picture and they thought, oh, he looked really sweet. Okay, yes, we will adopt him. And so that's how, my parents started parenthood. It was a really rough go. They really did try to have children for 12 years, so they were already pretty mature. My mom was 31, my father was 32. They were pretty excited. They were meeting their new son at JFK Airport in New York. And so they met that man. Remember that man I told you that was sitting next to me and grabbed me? That's the same man, because he works for Holt International. And so my parents, were nervous. They didn't know how to communicate. They didn't know what to do, so they just kept moving forward. And it seemed like, my brother was hungry, so they brought a banana, they gave him a banana, and my brother just kind of looked at it like, what? Smelled it, didn't know what to do with it, because he had never seen a banana before. So then my dad opened it up and ate the banana, so then my brother grabbed and ate the whole entire thing. So my parents were tired, from driving all day, so they were at the hotel. They were getting pretty tired. My brother was still awake, and they were trying to tell him to go to bed, turn the TV off and the blinds and everything. And my brother was actually used to living in a different time zone, so my parents had to adjust, and there was no closed captioning on the TV. I want to say, after a couple months, they were ready to take him to school and give him a test, and he failed the test. But he was 7, but that's fine. My mom decided to homeschool him. Oh, wow, it was quite the battle. It was TV versus mom. And so what happened was, my mom would, try and label everything, like the wall, the table, and he would sign table and wall, that kind of thing. And so my brother was like, over it, and wanted to watch TV, and they'd have this battle of turning on and turning off the TV, the table, watch the wall, and, that would have been a great song, but, my mom won. So 2 years later, the same social worker contacted my mom and said, I have a picture for you. So they drove over and saw the picture, and it was a little girl who was 3 years old who was deaf. So let me add one thing. So when my parents adopted my brother, they called her mother in Virginia to let them know that they adopted somebody from South Korea. My grandmother was like, oh no, I'm not interested. And my father was shocked and upset, didn't know what to do. So they went ahead and drove 7 hours to Lynchburg. So they knocked on the apartment door, and Grandma answered and was not expecting to see her son with her new grandson. My brother was just smiling. And so Grandma looked at him and accepted him, and it had a change of heart. Okay, let's get back to the story. So when my parents told my grandmother that they adopted a second child, and so my grandma wanted to join and stay with my family for 6 months to help raise me. And so then they took off and went to LaGuardia Airport. small airport, small like me. So anyways, the family showed up, my father, my mother, my grandmother, and my brother. Flipper wasn't there though. That's the story of my life. Oh my gosh, I just kept going and going and going. I don't know if I made up some of the story, but no, I didn't. This is my story. Here it is. And so my name is Monique. It's not because I have these dimples, it's because I'm short, because it's M on the chin. Okay, all right.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're excited to learn a simple and fun recipe. Well, first, you might notice my shirt. My name is Matthew Baker. I'm an owner of a catering company called This Feast on This Catering. And this is the name of the company in ASL. And if you're interested, you can look at the website www.feastonthis.com to purchase this shirt, or you can look at our Instagram at Feast in This Catering to purchase this shirt if you're interested. All right. So we're going to make two different dishes, one for the kids and one for the adults. First, we'll do one for the adults. It'll be different and simple. It's nice for breakfast. You can have it as the afternoon snack or even dessert. So, first off, let me get something. We have here a muffin pan. Now we need to turn the oven on to about 375 degrees. Okay, so we'll let it start warming up. And this dish is called, well, it's called several different things, but I'm going to call it the marshmallow puffs. It's very simple, just has 3 or 4 ingredients. So we're going to start off with this, the crescent rolls, original. There's original, there's jumbo, butter flaky, and several other styles. I just use the original. So we're going to go ahead and open the package. And we can just pop it open like this. Now we can roll it out. So we're going to make 8 rolls, and I'll show you how we're going to do that. We have the marshmallows. We're going to take out 2 big pieces, and we're going to do 8 in total. So I have them here, 9 puffs. 8 rolls and 9 puffs. Well, 1 is for me to eat. Okay. So now we need the butter. I like this brand. You can really use any to fit your budget. You can use Imperial, or you can use the more expensive Kerrygold, or I like to use what's in between, this Land of Lakes butter. You can do salted or unsalted. I usually, for baking purposes, like the unsalted myself. Now, some of the sticks are bigger, 1/8, 1/4, and you can see the measurements on the side. So I will use 1/2 of this to get 1/8 of a cup. Okay, get my knife. So I put it in the bowl, and then I will microwave it for about 30 seconds until it's melted. So we want to make sure it's fully melted. You only need about 15 or 30 seconds. I usually go for about 30 seconds. There you go. You can see that. It's melted. Now we need to do the cinnamon and sugar. I already have it prepared here. It's already mixed up. And I use about 1/8 a cup of sugar, and then I add about 1/2 to 1 teaspoon of cinnamon and mix that up. If you want less cinnamon or more cinnamon, you can adjust to your preferences. I usually go about 1/8 cup, and with that about 1 teaspoon of cinnamon to the sugar. So now, next, okay, so we've separated the pieces. This one kind of tore, but we can piece it together with the other one. Okay, so next, we're going to take our butter, dip this marshmallow into our butter, one at a time, like this. Roll it into the cinnamon sugar mix, like this. Place it on our pastry. Take another one, do the same thing. Marshmallow into the butter. Make sure it's covered. One second. Okay, so we'll go ahead and roll the marshmallows. And see the end, we want to make sure we press it so it's sealed tight. You have to make sure you press and seal the whole roll. Pinch it, close, like this, okay? Again, pinching to close seal all the edges. So it's important that we make sure that all the edges are sealed so as to not have any of the marshmallow leak out while cooking. Now we have some remaining butter, and we can coat the bottom of the pastry, not the whole thing, just the bottom of this roll, and place it into the muffin pan like this. There you go. Okay. So now we're going to place it in the oven for about 10 to 15 minutes. All right. So next, once the puff is finished, you can either roll it in cinnamon and sugar, or you can make a glaze for it. So I'm going to show you how I make my glaze. I use this confectioner's sugar, or powdered sugar. It's pretty much the same thing. And I'm going to do about 1/4 cup of this. Now we need a teaspoon. I really don't measure. You can use your judgment depending on how much vanilla you want to use. I use this, an extract or the pure vanilla. It really doesn't matter which brand you use. Let me get a spoon. You just need to pour in a little bit, like this, just a little bit. Now we need to use a little bit of water. I use about 1 or 2 tablespoons. Use your judgment. And if it's still thick, then go ahead and add a little more water. So see the consistency? See how it pours? That's perfect. So we'll go ahead and put that aside. We'll wait for the puff pastry to be finished. Now I'll show you another dish that I grew up. One of my favorites for afternoon snack after school. I would come home and make this. It's real simple. Let me show you. Take a piece of bread and a piece of foil here to prevent making a mess. You can use any type of bread. White, sourdough, wheat. I like wheat or white. Sourdough, the taste doesn't really go well with this. So I'm using wheat. It's healthier. When I was younger, it was white. So now we need this. You can use this brand, Skippy, or any brand. Creamy or crunchy, it's up to you, whatever you prefer or like. I like the crunchy myself, see? And also this. This is called Fluffer Nutter Bread with marshmallow and peanut butter. Great for kids, okay? So look, it can be a little messy. I'll show you a trick how to not be so messy. We need 2 knives, one for the peanut butter, okay, there we go. You can either spread it on thin or thick, depending on your likeness. I like it somewhat thin. You know, sometimes the texture of peanut butter can be pretty thick, but with the marshmallow, you're not going to taste that so much. So, we pull out the marshmallow cream. I'm going to use a new knife because if you use the knife for the peanut butter and then the marshmallow, it's going to stick in the marshmallow and your parents are going to get mad at you. So, to keep the marshmallow and the peanut butter separate, we use this knife and we're going to spread it just like this, see? And then go and get some more from the jar and spread it on like this. So now you can go ahead and start spreading the dollops of marshmallow cream all over the piece of bread, getting it nice and even. Like that. So now I turn the broil feature on for the oven, about 3 minutes. It can burn quickly, so you need to watch it very carefully. About 2.5 minutes, make sure it's brown because it does brown very fast. So about 2.5 to 3 minutes. I usually go about 3 minutes. You can either do it light brown or where it's very brown or even black, depending on your preference. So let's put it into the broiler. We'll wait for the puff pastry to come out of the oven, then we'll put the bread into the oven, to the broiler. 1 second, let me wash my hands. Okay, there we are. Now, the bread, we'll go ahead and put it into the oven. We'll set it to broil for about 2.5 to 3 minutes. All right. Next, we'll go ahead and take our puff pastry out, place it onto the dish. That tastes good. Perfect. Now we'll take our glaze and spread it on, drizzle it on like this. And if you want, you can add a little bit more of the cinnamon sugar mix. Sprinkle that on. So you can sprinkle some chopped nuts or some chocolate chips. Now for the glaze, if you want it a little thicker, you can use milk instead of water. I usually use water because it's dairy-free for some people that need that. Okay, we're done. Okay, this looks good. One second. We'll go ahead and cut it up in half pieces. And there you have it. Really good. Wow. Brings back good memories from when I was a kid growing up. Perfect. Really easy. And this as well. So this is perfect for friends at a party. Nice snack. Really good. I need some coffee to go with this. So, thank you for watching, and I hope you really enjoy learning something simple and fun, and fast recipes, very easy, just a few ingredients. Great for your kids, friends, family. Enjoy, and happy festival.
Hey everybody! Hi, my name is Andrey. And this is my name sign. Hey everybody. So, I am from Russia. And today I want to show you some acting and some of the skills that I have and teach you some of them. Are you all ready? All right. First off, you'll need a hat. So, how do you think I do that? I use my thumb. I put the hat here on my thumb, and I bend my wrist like this. All right, your turn. You try it. Oh. Do you want to see that again? Look at that trick. Look, I can do it with my eyes closed. All right. This is my New York Yankees hat. Maybe you guys have a different hat. Whatever works, whatever you like, use any kind of hat. How am I doing that? How am I doing that? Okay, I'm going to do it again. Pay attention. Wow. Oh! I'm funny. All right, you want to see it again? Copy me. Put your hand out like this. Put your other hand behind it. Put your fingers through. And then bend the fingers of your other hand. Make sure you're careful. Watch my hands. Hope you're enjoying this. You can copy along with me. Practice that. Practice those skills. All right. Now I'm going to show you a dance. Let's see how we can dance with our body. All right. First, I'm going to show you. I'm going to bring my arms together like this. All right, guys. Okay, now you all copy me. I'm going to teach you a really hard skill. Pay attention. You want to make sure you keep your arms above at your head level, not close to your body, but you want to keep them up and out like this. Okay? Put your hands like this, and move your wrists like this. And down like that. Ready? Out, and then push like that. All right? I'll do it again. So when I'm pushing out, my other wrist is going to open, right? Okay? I'm going to do it again for you. Hands up, wrist opens, push down, right? All right, so it's like a chain effect. So when one hand moves, the next one repeats the motion. Okay, I'm going to do it again. I'll do it slowly. Everybody's eyes on me. Here we go. That's really hard. No. You gotta zen out for a minute, right? Disconnect your brain for a second. There you go. You got it. Okay, doing it again. Wow. You guys are doing a good job. I know this is really hard. You guys are doing great. Again, practice along with me. I know it's difficult, but trust yourself and you don't have to be perfect. It's true. You practice a lot. You have to practice a lot. And after you practice a lot, then you'll get really good. All right. Here we go again. All right. One more time. Great job. Hope you're having fun. All right, check it out. We're gonna learn the robot. Here we go. So how do you move your body like a robot? I'll show you. All right. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Sorry. I forgot how to spell it. Oh, like that, robot. That's Russian sign language for you. That's how we spell it in Russian. Did you see that? Did you see how I spelled it that time? Watch, here's an R. You see the R? There's an O. There's a B. O. T. Oh, robot. So how do you move like a robot? That's how robots move, huh? But how do you do that? How do you move your body like a robot? First, you have to pop. You have to learn how to pop your body. Move your joints like this. Right? Can you pop your joints like this and your chest like this? If you see, because robots don't have smooth Smooth actions are kind of jerky, right? When they go and get into a position, they pop and they lock like this. Practice this. You can practice like this, making sure that at every external point that you pop, right? They're not smooth motions. They don't move like that. They're not fluid like that. Make sure that you're feeling numb like this. Well, you stop at a point like this and you freeze, right? Don't move. And make sure you're looking at the hand that's moving. All right. Let's work on our shoulders first. Start moving your shoulders like this and then start moving the rest of your joints. They'll kind of move naturally. Make sure your arms are moving. And make sure you're powerful with your movements. Make sure you're popping your body as well. And you can incorporate some of the things that I just taught you, some of those arm movements and those hand motions that I just taught you. Again, it takes a lot of practice. I hope you guys are having fun. All right, moving on to the next thing. How do you move your neck like that? So, how you do that is you want to make sure you don't have too long of a neck or too short of a neck. You want to make sure that you keep your neck forward and at just the right angle, like this. So then you move your shoulders up and shoulders back, or your head forward and head back, okay? Try practicing that. Then, once you got that down, try going side to side. You don't want to make your neck too stretched, otherwise it won't move easily. Try keeping your head in one spot and moving your shoulders, just your shoulders. Then moving your head. And then go forwards and backwards, then side to side. Right? See if you can get that down. This is what it looks like from the side. All right. Then try going in circular motions like this. Can you move your shoulder blades like this? Again, like I said, it takes a lot of practice. When I get the chance to come and visit America, I will teach you all. I'll come see you and teach you. Let me see if I can move my camera down so you can see this a little bit better. Do you see my rib cage? Do you see me like this, moving my shoulders like that? It's really easy. First you try flat, and then try this level up like this. Try moving your body like that. Great job, everybody. Wow, you guys work hard. You guys can stop this video at any time and practice along with me. Make sure you practice moving your arms. Great job. All right, practice with me. Can you flow with me like this? Great, so I'm going to teach you how to do that now, all right? It's all your upper body, all your muscles in your upper body, okay? I want you all to practice with me. It's really important. Yeah, we need to use ASL, right? We need to use our fingers. Okay, everybody follow along with me. Keep your hands out like this. See if you can move your fingers like that. Bring each finger in and then each finger out. And then go the other way. And the more you practice, the easier it'll get. So how did I just do that? It's because my fingers are so flexible. I've got such dexterity in my fingers. Look at that. I can bend my thumb all the way back. Again, practice that. Practice using your fingers like that. Are my arms the same length? Let me put them back together like this. Now are they the same length? Oh. See, I'm able to contort my body in different shapes and different positions and different ways. Great job. All right. Now it's your turn. Let's see. Follow along with me. Don't think too much about it. Relax and just go with it. Go with the flow. See, there's so many different movements you can make. You can be creative and come up with your own. And really let your hands express themselves. There's so many different movements that you can make. Did you practice that one? Great. You can use your 2-hand shape or the 4-hand shape. Keep practicing, everybody. Try working on your dexterity, your finger dexterity. Can you bend your fingers like that? And then into a fist? And make a move like this? What about this? Oh, ouch. I stretched my thumb. Can you do that? Great job. Now I wanted to show you a dance. It's not really poetry, but it's different signs and different hand movements. And this is called caterpillar. Okay, here we go.
Hey, welcome to the Really Renca talk show. Talk? Yeah, talk show. We'll even chat. How about sign show? There, Saturday Night Live. Woohoo! Will it be at night on a Saturday? Whatever time you're watching this today, morning, noon, night. The important thing is it's Saturday. Saturday Night Live. Saturday Live? All right. You know, Jimmy Kimmel, Ellen DeGeneres, they have their shows. The deaf community can too. So I thought, why not have a talk, quote unquote, sign show? Now the norm is filming at home, using not fancy lights or a ring of lights. That's exactly what I'm doing now. This is my ring light. This is actually a bed sheet. A printer with a matching towel to match the bed sheet. Oh, I want to show you something exciting. Ooh, I drew it myself. You can do anything, anything. So I just went ahead and drew this. So, what will we talk about? Oh. Wow. Yeah, Bob. What? There's nothing on here. Blank. What? Missing topics? Oh, hold on. Hang on. Really? This is live right now. Commercial break. And we're back. Maybe you said, oh, I've seen that one before. That's the point of commercials. We see them over and over. So for today, we're going to talk about two things. The Bachelor and TikTok. The Bachelor will be first. Before you make a big deal, hold on. Maybe some of you are yay and some of you are oh please. Kimmel always talks about The Bachelor when the season's on. He always talks about the show, The Bachelor. So that's what I'm going to do now. The Bachelor was supposed to happen this past summer, but it got canceled. Well, I should say postponed, actually. Drama. But in the meantime, there was a secret. There was a secret that there was a quarantine Bachelor version, which was very special. Because the Bachelor is a coda. Finally! A variety of contestants, too. Our team has been after them, nagging them, and they were willing to show us a short clip. So this is what the Bachelor show will look like with a coda. Yes, it's so important, but we'll see it first. Now we'll show you briefly what the season looks like. The Bachelor. Here you go. This is a new season of The Bachelor. Ooh, this will be the most dramatic one in history. Wait, how am I signing? Well, I took a class and look at me now. Let's welcome our Bachelor. This is such a unique situation. You're a coda. Yes, I'm a child of a deaf adult, which we call a coda. That's great! Yeah, this is a special situation, a historic moment. We have a variety of contestants, so here we go. Will Darcy find the fourth love? Taylor, chef. Hi. Hi. Whoa, distance. Yeah. I'm a chef at a 5-star restaurant. Oh my God, look, I know sign language, 5. Ah, that's cute. Yeah, give me those back. Wilma, a farmer. Oh, hi, distance, okay, how are you? Oh, good, what's your name? My name is Wilma. Wilma. The stars are in your eyes. Oh, give me the gloves. Next. Ooh, I'm good. I'm an interpreter. I know sign language, so we would be a good match. Oh, wow. High five. In the air. Impressed, overwhelmed, dumbfounded, awe. Oh, look. I know you! I know you. I've seen you in vlogs on Facebook. My friend has shared with me. This is you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is me. My name is Minnie. I'm an ASL teacher at a university. Let's talk. Oh, high five in the air. Yeah, we'll talk later. So cool. Far out. Awesome. Really, I've known Darcy from the 4th grade. My mother's brother's sister-in-law's cousin, twice removed, their brother. Those two went to the same deaf school. Used to be a dorm counselor, and their son, that's Darcy. Wow, what a small world. Hey, psst. What are you doing? I'm deaf, hello. Read my lips. No. Hey, producer. Hello. What? She's just talking at me. Interpreter, please. Interpreter? Oh. Hey. What? Opal. We need an interpreter. No, I am not going to interpret. I am one of the contestants. Find your own interpreter, not me. Arr. Whoa, wait. I have a cousin who knows sign. Hang on just a minute. What cousin looks like that? No. What's the problem, y'all? Well, I don't understand, Taylor. She said that you are wasting time. No. You're not even a qualified interpreter. No. Nothing new. This was a hard time in my life. I just need to say this to you. So, this one day, thank you. Oh, thank you for the comfort. I am with you all the way. all the way. I haven't had much sleep. Oh. Well, I think Darcy the fourth is cute. Let's see if Darcy will meet my family. I'm wondering, will my gasp! They're talking about me! Wilma! Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. What? You're talking about me, my name. I saw it. Was she trying to read lips? No, 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 we did not. No, I saw it with my own eyes. Wilma. Huh, whatever. Hearing people, right? That Wilma girl really annoys me. I am so sick of her. She thinks she knows everything. She thinks hearing no better than deaf. No, I can. That's enough. Urgh. Wow, beautiful day. It feels so warm. Oh. It's so nice and white outside. Oh, right. Minnie's deaf. Okay. So here we go. Look, beautiful sunset. What are you doing? What are you in my face for? What did you say? What did you say? I mean, yeah, it's really hard. It's been a tough experience. I know I will marry someone here. I just know it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A tough experience. Date card, date card! Woohoo! Oh, the three of us. Really, I'm not in the mood with hearing people. Hi, everybody. Can I have your attention? Minnie? Oh, whoa, no, stay. Stay there. The final rose when you're ready. Wow. We went ahead and asked them when they would release this full series. And they said not until 2080. Now, hearing people are always behind deaf people. So, it will be released in 2080. Yeah. Well, that's very interesting. And cue commercial. Welcome back. Now we'll talk about TikTok. First of all, what is the sign for TikTok? I've seen these signs. So I'm going to go ahead and just spell it. TikTok is a very popular app. It has so many different videos. Wow. A lot of different information you can find on TikTok. Maybe some of you are wondering, what is TikTok? It's an app, looks like this. So that's the app. You click the app and you can post up to 60-second videos. And that's it. The time limit is 60 seconds, not even a second over. It'll cut you off. So really, it's actually 59 seconds. You know, people can post whatever they want up to 59 seconds. And it's been very creative. They could just stare for 59 seconds. They could try to flirt with the camera. You can eat, you can cook, you can dance. There's a lot of dancing on TikTok. Pranks, etc., etc., etc. You could go all night with TikTok. Okay, so let's talk about TikTok. Abbreviations. There are so many abbreviations on TikTok. Many words are summarized in a few letters that are easy to miss. For example, RN. I thought it meant a nurse. You know, like this. So I thought the RN stood for nurse. No. RN means right now. What? Second one, AB. AB, abs? Is it just missing an S? Something's going on, but abs, I don't know. But something's going to happen. We all want a six-pack, of course. But it wasn't abs, it was about. About, AB. Oh, huh. But, let's talk about this. I am old school. Me and my generation were the first for abbreviations. I remember AIM. You know what that is, you younger people? Do you know what AIM is? No. It means AOL Instant Messenger. AIM. AIM. Looks like this. The first abbreviations on AIM, they were like LOL, LMAO, OIC. You know what OIC means? Yeah, OIC. My favorite was A/S/L. Not American Sign Language. I have a funny story about that. I connected with people in a video chat, an AIM chat. In my first group, in the AIM chat, it was always fun meeting new people. I enjoyed that. But I remember the first time my friend and I joined a group chat, someone sent me a message in AIM asking ASL. And I thought, oh my gosh, this person knows that I sign. Holy cow, what? Do they know ASL? Oh my gosh. I told my friend, look, this person knows ASL. So I replied back, yes, I do. They said, ASL? I said, yes, ASL. And the person replied, no, what is your age, sex, and location? Oh. Anyway, my generation, we are the royalties of abbreviation. We started it. Now this current generation, uses a lot of abbreviations with text messages, TikTok, etc. I'm figuring out these abbreviations on TikTok, but it feels like a math equation, and I hate math. As I've already shared, RN, AB, what are some other ones? YANO, YANNO. What? You know that means you know? You know? Why not just say you know? But no, it's YANNO, YANO. The other one is DED. I was like, what? Did? I don't get it. DED. And then it means dead, as in I am laughing so hard and I'm dead. So DEED, dead. It's only a 4-letter word, DEAD. So why remove the A? Now you have DED. Where's the A? Where's the A? Well, welcome to a new abbreviation generation. Related to abbreviations, we're going to take the opportunity to interview a person who has TikTok. This person's name is Colby. Go ahead and connect with Colby now. Hi Colby, how are you? I am fine. Great, when did you join TikTok? 03/2020. Let's see, that means last March? I'm assuming that's right. What do you like about TikTok? RLY. Really? I got a LUV, the funny PHUNNY ones. That's WT, I would PIK. So you're saying you like the funny ones? Okay. Okay. Right. How many videos have you posted so far? So FR, I posted specifically for FYP. So 3? All right. Thank you, Colby, for your time. Any last comments? Hey, Yano, you gotta be the GOAT. Just do it with TikTok. Be the GOAT. GOAT. That I understand. Yeah. GOAT. GOAT. Yes. Woo. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, that was interesting. 258. TikTok can be entertaining with many videos. You can just take a look at all of them. That's all for tonight. I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival. Festival. Thank you for watching this Saturday live with Really Renca. Live. Is this live? No. Pre-recorded. Have a nice day. Stay safe and have fun. Mwah, mwah. Bye, bye.
Now see the pink color here, orange, yellow, and white. Those are the colors I've got. So this line here is going to help protect us from the orange spilling down, this blue tape, to make sure that the colors stay where they are and they don't drip down. So we are using water in order to mix the colors, let them blend together. So we're going to add some orange right in here. I do have a strong belief that you should use layers. So we'll do one layer and then maybe 2 or 3 in order to add that depth and that color. So now we're going to add some blue up top here. As well as just a little bit of white as well. So sometimes the water, you can get drops on the canvas, and that's usually a pretty easy fix. So that line with the pink and blue, we'd like to add some white in order to allow it to blend better, as well as some pink, which is what I'm adding now. And right now it's very wet. We're going to let that area dry, and then we're going to be able to add some layers in order to lighten up the pink and the blue. So right here we're going to focus on the water while that's drying. I'm going to take the tape off. You see this line, it's beautifully done. It does need a little more time here to dry, it's still wet. So maybe 5 to 10 minutes we'll leave it so it can dry. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the tape up on the orange part of it in order to, again, protect it. So right here, again, we're not going to put it where the water is, but where the sky begins here, in order to keep that horizon. So here we're going to start with yellow, and we do need the white as well. So the goal is to make kind of a heart shape here. And so if you notice, we'll have the orange layers right here in that shape. So right now we're going to work with the pink color here. I believe we need to add some white in order to make it somewhat transparent. The white helps it to be more matte so that you cannot see through it, so it's not transparent. All right, so now we're going to work on the blue here. So we do need to let this area dry, and then we'll be able to add more layers. And so while we're doing that, let's remove the tape here. You see that horizon looks good. And so right now I'd like to work on this area here, sort of like the heart that we were talking about. So we'll have, you know, some yellow, orange colors with the sun. So I try not to make it a really obvious shape. You try to blend the tops a little bit. You notice that in some of these areas, and so the water as well. So don't stress out or worry so much about the sky, because again at the end the trees are going to be in black up in this area, so you know you don't have to stress out about that. So right now we're going to add some pink here into this area of the sky. So while I've got pink on the brush, I'm also, this area here is pretty dry, so I can actually go back and forth between the sky and the water using the same brush, since they're both going to be having the pink on there. So now that this area here is dry, I'm going to continue working on my layers. I believe now we're going to work on the yellow area here. So you see this area here where it's a little shiny, the white actually adds to that sense of the reflection off of the water. All right, so now we're going to start with the black. The first thing we want to do is draw here. And we're going to start with an X right here in order to delineate these trees. And then the other two trees. This is what I'm using. So I believe we're done with this. I will want to fix it using the water in a little areas here, maybe with some more orange. So now we're going to go back to the pink area. So right now we're ready to draw the tops of the trees here. We're almost done. So I'd still like to work on the water a little bit here. It's almost finished. So in terms of fixing the trees, you could add more fronds to the palm trees. Be sure to use a thin brush like this one here. We're all done. Thank you so much for participating in this. We'll see you next time.
Out cheeses, out meats, out supremes, out crusts, or out stuffs the Hut. Because when it comes to making your favorites, no one out-pizzas the Hut.
San Diego, America's finest city and host to DEAFestival. We want to thank the committee for their hard work. And shout out to the 60 deaf performers. Thank you for everything you've done. For those of you who've been watching, it's been a long 11 hours, and it's time to wrap up. If you're still watching, remember to always preserve American Sign Language, deaf culture, our community, and everything that goes with it. We must continue to support each other. We'll see you next year. Mercier out!